I'm going to kick us off with Chairman Pitts, and then we're going to hear a little bit about the project, and then each of the commissioners will join us to share a few remarks. Mr. Chairman?
Good morning. Marvin's missing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for joining us this morning. As you know, this will be the first in-person meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners in over 1 year. What? Well, about a year, I'm corrected, in about 1 year. It's also the opening of the remake of the Assembly Hall and this beautiful outdoor area, which you'll hear more about shortly as well. But this is really a momentous occasion for us, and I'm delighted to be with you this morning and to be joined by most of the members of the Board of Commissioners, and you'll hear from each one of them. So, Madam Director of External Affairs, in which order are we going here?
Actually, before we hear from the board, let's have a quick overview of the project, and then
by Mr. Kirby?
Yes, real quick.
All right, affectionately known as Grant Park.
That's right.
All right.
Good morning, everybody. What do you think about the new gateway of Fulton County Government Center? Well, I'm going to give you a few. I'm going to let them talk about hopefully how beautiful it is, but I'm going to tell you the process a little bit. When I got here a little bit over 4 or 5 years ago, if you remember, this place was a ghost town down here, was it not? And every time, the first step in getting to this point was everybody remembers the yellow pads with the skylight leaking, and these offices leaked as well. That was really the first step, and I can say mission accomplished years ago for that. That was step number one. Step number two was really developing a plan to bring customer-centric operations back to the Atrium. You can see the tax offices that we built, the information center, vital records, and then more to come as we continue to grow down here at the Atrium. That was the second level of the process to getting to this point. And then we get to this point. A three-level construction here. First, the entry plaza. It is finally ADA compliant and usable, folks. So many years looking at how bad it looked, Commissioner Hausman, and then we couldn't even use it because it wasn't ADA compliant. That was step number one. Step number two was coming in here and opening the Atrium up. It's open, airy, with the beautiful logo in the middle. Very excited about the new look in here. We have a little bit more to do in here. Also, you can see the new Atrium lights that we're finalizing. Come by here in a couple of weeks at night. It's beautiful. And we're going to have Fulton County colors first, and we can do holidays and others as approved by the board. And last but not least is Assembly Hall. It's just modern technology, a modern look, and I can't wait for us to get in there. Bear with us today. We've done a lot of work to get ready for today, and just to go with it today. I can't wait for the success of the day and the meeting here. In closing, thank you, commissioners, Fulton County leadership, and all the employees. I can't name all the employees and department heads and others who helped us get to this point. I do want to specifically recognize, and also partners. We had a lot of partners to do this. I want to recognize a few of the key, Cooper Carey, H.J. Russell, Brad Construction, HGOR, JHC, and others. There's a lot of others. I can't name everybody. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you to them for getting to this point. And I'm excited about the new Fulton County and the new look that we have. So I'm going to let the commissioners speak, and then Bill Mason's going to close after the commissioners, right, Jessica?
These nice ladies are deferring to each other.
One of the ladies in blue is going to go next, I guess. Welcome, everybody. I have to say it's so exciting just to be back in this building, to see all your faces, and to meet in person. The dynamics of meeting on Zoom have been difficult, and so I'm looking forward to actually working face-to-face with my colleagues again. But what a great day, and what a great way to kick it off. While what Ellis just mentioned is all well and good and beautiful, My favorite part of this is the front. And I see tables and I hear employees are having lunch out there and enjoying themselves. And that's exactly what we had hoped for. When I first came to the commission over 10 years ago, I was a little taken aback by the condition of the front entrance. And Commissioner Garner and I, who started at the same time, were simultaneously working on what can we do to improve that. And when we recognized that we were both working on it, we started working together along with Keep Atlanta Beautiful to try and come up with a solution with the help of the private sector at that point, which did not come to fruition, but we worked on it for a long, long time with the help of the Integral Group also. And so what Fulton County did when we took it back over and decided to do it turned out so lovely. Incorporated the intent of the original architect, Paul Freeberg, who we literally had come out and walk it with us while we were trying to work with Keep Atlanta Beautiful to make it beautiful and make it be the big deal that we all know Fulton County is. So this is a great day, very happy, and I encourage everybody in Atlanta to check it out, and especially happy that our employees have had a place to eat outside, especially during the pandemic. So thank you very much.
So now you see why I wanted Commissioner Hausman to go first, because
We worked on this together. She
yes,
picked it up.
we worked on it together, but it was when I was actually Chief of Staff to the late Fulton County Commissioner Joan P. Garner. So I wanted Commissioner Hausman to have the honor of speaking about that old fountain. But I want to say it's a pleasure to witness this ribbon cutting of the newly renovated and upgraded Atrium, Assembly Hall, and Entry Plaza, because reaching this major milestone is like this can only be achieved through teamwork. And so I want to publicly acknowledge the dedicated and commitment of our County Manager, Dick Anderson, and the County Executive Team, especially our Deputy Chief Operating Officer of Infrastructure, Ellis Kirby, Director of Dream, Joe Davis, and Bill Mason, the project leader, and so many more contractors and consultants. I'm happy to see these renovations come to life because the Atrium provides a modern, sleek look now that's inviting to our residents. And Assembly Hall's first major renovation is now. It's been more than 20 years since we've seen Assembly Hall get any type of major renovation. Well, 20 years ago when it opened. Assembly Hall is the primary place where our residents come to tell us their opinions, give us input, speak to us about the needs of their families and their neighborhoods. And so also I want to speak on the chairs, because I've had many a constituent come to me and say, these chairs are like sitting on concrete or hardwood. So it's really good to see 300 new cushy chairs with arms and lights and so many great features that the constituents can literally sit in comfortably during our meetings. But of course, you know, it's the technology for me. As many of you know, my past career was IT manager for over 20 years, so I'm really impressed to see the new technology, the video conferencing upgrades, the upgrades to how we vote. I'm looking forward to us using that. This is really a state-of-the-art facility, so I want to commend our IT department and the contractors and consultants that help make us that state-of-the-art facility. As Commissioner Hausman said, Commissioner Garner and Hausman were advocates for this fountain. All I heard was about the green, slimy water, and it was the former Atlanta Mayor, Shirley Franklin, who called Commissioner Garner's office and said she was walking into the building and saw the fountain, slimy and green, and saw the sides of the columns falling apart, and she just turned around and left. And that's what started us to look into how could we make this better. But as your executive sponsor of the strategic priority area, All People Are Healthy, this is healthy because it allows our residents, our visitors, and our employees to come and have fresh air and sit out here and eat lunch and speak with each other. And as you know, fresh air makes for clean lungs, gives you more energy and mental focus, and lowers your blood pressure and heart rate, which is something that we need serving our community every single day. So thank you to everyone who contributed to these major projects, and I'm looking forward to hearing the feedback from our constituents because I know they're going to love it. Thank you all.
Good morning. Good morning. All right, there we go. I am very elated to be here. I'll be short and brief, but I'm happy to see this happen under the leadership, of course, of our Chair Pitts and also the County Manager, Dick Anderson, and his department. But what I want to share with you today, that this is a beautiful day because I remember being down here, and I'm getting ready to show my age, but I remember being down here raising hell about palm trees and scandalacus. And so someone as a community activist that saw the palm trees as an issue, saw and felt that the government center wasn't really inviting to the public. It wasn't really a spirit of inclusivity. To see this happen today and see it as a commissioner is a wonderful sight. So I applaud your leadership as well as my colleagues that this is an open environment, beautiful, inviting for all of the employees, inviting for all of the stakeholders of Fulton County, that this building belongs to all of us. And it's beautiful. Thank you.
Well, I was going to mention the palm trees. I'm glad my colleague has done that. I am wearing my Indian head penny cufflinks, which I try to wear at most of our commission meetings because I like to watch the pennies. And one of the things, this is a beautiful space, but it's not ostentatious. And so the taxpayers and our citizens come down here. Everybody has the right to expect their government buildings to be in good shape and taken care of and attractive, but not ostentatious. And Ellis, you all have done a tremendous job in making it attractive, but not ostentatious, and I applaud you for that. And it's going to be a lot easier to maintain that scum pond since it isn't here anymore. So congratulations on that as well. We'll save some dollars there. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for your great work, and we'll look forward to being here many, many times. Thank you.
Good morning. I think it was roughly about 6 years ago, if I remember right, that sitting and talking with the county manager and starting, which I think it just about started maybe about a month or so in at that point, about the state of our buildings and all the stuff that needed to be done. Certainly this building as well as a number of our buildings. And we've been doing a lot of work over that past 6 years, right? Ellis, this is my brother Ellis right here. He's got we share names, one's first, one's last, but I get a lot of his emails, so I see how busy he is. I guess he gets some of mine as well. But we started that conversation and we started a plan about how we're going to do that at all of our facilities, and certainly this was part of that plan. And playing on what Commissioner Morris said, when you come to somebody's house and your front door's battered in, you go in the living room, there's buckets sitting inside, and then you go down in the basement to maybe sit down and watch the big screen TV, and it looks like a seedy theater. You ain't going to go back and visit your neighbors on that. So we had a facility here that was not welcoming to our citizens, and it was not a place necessarily that many of our employees were necessarily proud of to be associated with. And that's all changed over the course of the past 5 to 6 years, and today marks another big step in that direction with the changes that you see here. So I want to thank everyone for their work, And for the detail that's been put into this, I think it looks great and is a great representation of what Fulton County government is all about. So thank you.
Good morning. Excited to be here like all of my colleagues, excited to see the changes that are being made, not only here in our government center, but all around Fulton County as we refocus our efforts on improving our infrastructure, on improving our buildings, on improving our foundation. And so I'm excited. I'm glad that we got some space here instead of that big water obstruction in the middle of the floor. And very glad that we've got grass and tables outside on the front. It really makes it more inviting, more welcoming, not only to our employees, but also to the citizens of Fulton County. So Ellis, your team, county manager, everyone, Jessica, obviously, for bringing everyone here today. We're excited about the new grand reopening and restructuring of our Fulton County Atrium and our outdoor plaza. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Bill Mason, and I direct our urban redevelopment capital improvement program. And as you've seen here today, these projects are just part of a much larger, comprehensive program of infrastructure improvements, not only for the government center, but also for the county's other downtown properties. And the idea is to position these properties to better serve our citizens and our employees in the future. Although we're really celebrating a couple of more visible improvements here today, we've also completely rebuilt our HVAC system here in the Government Center complex. We've replaced most of the domestic water piping here. We've installed a state-of-the-art fire alarm system. And we currently have modifications going on to our publicly accessible elevators and restrooms here in the Government Center. All in all, we've spent in excess of $30 million in the Government Center over the last few years, and have been fortunate to have it funded through the direction of the commissioners and the county's urban redevelopment agency bond financing. So thank you very much for your continued support, and you'll continue to see these kind of improvements in the future. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We are going to take one kind of group photo of the board real quick while we have them gathered here. Then we're going to walk around the corner and cut a ribbon into Assembly Hall, and then we will take one more photo of the board inside. Nathan, will you help me? This way?
On the count of three. 1, 2, 3. All right, I'm going to do one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
a light breakfast inside for you all.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Yeah.
You need this book.
Probably, yeah. Is there a clock?
Clock up here anymore. I don't see the clock. Here's a pad. You got a pen?
Yeah.
Do you? Okay. And here's your book. I'm gonna take this out. I gave you my agenda.
Madam Clerk? Are you good?
You're using this one.
Well, we good? We're gonna need a clock up here, because I can't, there's no. You ready? One, two, three, all right. Ms. Chavis, we ready? All right. I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. This is the regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, 2021. It is approximately 10 o'clock a.m. This is the first meeting in our newly renovated Assembly Hall, and just as a reminder for those of you who were here at the time, you will recall that I did not support this renovation. But I'm, I guess, pleased to say that today, though, that I'm really pleased at how it looks. Those involved, in particular, our Chief Operating Officer was the mastermind and the pusher behind all of this, but I didn't support it. But it really, I thought that the
original facility had more character. And I'd just like to make a couple of suggestions, Mr. Manager, Mr. Ellis, Kirby Ellis, which one is it? And now you got me confused now, Bob, Commissioner Ellis. Anyway, but typically in these buildings, there's a plaque. We need a plaque someplace that would, a really nice plaque that would commemorate those of us who were here, the existing, including Commissioner Abdul Rahman, someplace prominently displayed for those of us who were here, number one. Number two, what I also think is missing would be photographs of the, nice photographs of the board. And typically in assembly halls like this, there are photos of previous commissions and chairs and so forth. So I think that would really add some character to it. If there's no serious objections to it, let's give the manager and Mr. Ellis, which one is it? You got Mr. Ellis Kirby. Some marching orders to pursue that unless there are some serious objections. Right. Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Houseman.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for those comments. And I would like to say that I would like a drawer. I miss my drawer.
Oh, I got 2 drawer missers here, so 3 drawer missers. So, man, you've got me. What is it, Ellis Kirby? Kirby Ellis. Ellis Kirby. And a clock, yeah, I need a clock.
For the public would be nice.
Yes.
Well, that is loud.
Yeah, so we need a clock up here so we can be mindful and watch the time. Any other thoughts or suggestions at this time before we move forward? All right, thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Liz Houseman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis. Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Vice Chair Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, for being here.
I should have said aquí.
That's right, yeah.
It's Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are thankful for this day, for the renovations of this space. We know all good things come from you, and we give you thanks. We pray now your peace and your power upon these who are assembled. Continue now, Lord, to be with those who mourn. We pray now and celebrate the memory of those who have gone on. Pastor William Smith of Israel Baptist Church, for his family, for those who are in mourning this morning. We pray for this community, this state, this county. We pray that you continue to be with our leaders, direct and lead them, give them your wisdom and your strength. It is in your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 21-0315, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
All right.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? If not, cast your votes, please. Let's see here.
Wait,
The mover was Commissioner Morris, seconder, Commissioner Hall.
Okay, and the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
Okay, bottom of page 3, regular meeting agenda. 21-0322, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one amendment to today's regular meeting agenda. Item to be removed on page 5. 21-0328, registration and election. Request approval of a statewide contract with Happy Faces Personnel Group to provide temporary staffing services. This item is moved to the May 19th recess meeting.
Okay, and on page 6, at the bottom of page 6, item 0219, item 0220. Those two should not have been on the agenda today because they've been held 3 consecutive meetings, number one. Number two, I met with the county attorney, and she's still in the process of reviewing and making a recommendation to us. But she has assured me that at our next meeting, she will have her final recommendations. She has gone through it, and with a fine-tooth comb, she'll have her recommendations. I'll have my recommendations to the board, and we will take, say, final action at our next meeting. So if there are no objections, we will remove these two from the agenda today and take them up for sure at our recess meeting on May 19th.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
My resolution was introduced a week after Commissioner Ellis's resolution, so I don't know how this came about, that they were not on the agenda the 3 same times. I asked the county attorney at the meeting where Commissioner Ellis introduced his meeting to draw his resolution, to draw up my resolution. So there's no way that these two have tracked together from the beginning of time.
They actually are, because this, Commissioner Arrington, this is a different resolution than the one that I originally had. Yeah, so you are, that's the difference. So.
Okay, did I see?
Well, I'll move approval of the regular agenda with those amendments, the removal of those two and the removal of the one indicated by the clerk.
Question, please.
Yes.
So if they've been held 3 times, will they have to start over with a new number and new
Yes.
format the next
Yes.
time we see them? All right,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, now see the mover, Commissioner Hall, Vice Chair Hall, the seconder, is that correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington?
That's correct.
That's correct. All right, cast your votes, please.
And the vote is open.
This is on the agenda as amended.
And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0323, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, April 14th, 2021, and recess meeting post-agenda minutes, April 21st, 2021.
What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Arrington, is that a second? Yes. All right, properly moved and second. Any questions or comments?
And the vote is open.
All right, cast your votes, please.
And the motion passes unanimously. On page 4, 21-0324, presentation of proclamations and certificates. First proclamation is recognizing Mental Health Month, sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners.
Okay, now we will proceed as we typically do. Okay, so we will go down front to present the proclamations. We need masks or no masks?
Has everyone been vaccinated? I think we all have been vaccinated, correct?
Yes.
So,
Okay. Okay.
So our first proclamation, do we have anybody from our behavioral health team here? I don't think so. No? Okay. Well, our first proclamation is for Mental Health Month, and I'll read the proclamation. Whereas mental health conditions are real and prevalent in our communities and throughout our nation, and many people face challenges in life that can impact their mental health, especially during a pandemic. And whereas mental health is essential to overall health and well-being, and prevention is an effective way to reduce the burden of mental health conditions. And whereas 1 in 5 people will experience a mental illness during their lifetime, and there are practical tools that all people can use to improve their mental health and increase resiliency. And whereas this year's theme, Tools to Thrive, supports efforts for effective treatment for individuals with mental health challenges to recover and lead full, productive lives. And whereas recovery is a unique and personal journey that requires trial and error to determine what works best for each individual. And whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen shares the burden of mental health problems and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and prevention efforts. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners calls upon the citizens, governmental entities, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools in Fulton County to commit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, the steps our citizens can take to protect their mental health, and the need to provide appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental health conditions, and does hereby proclaim the month of May 2021 as Mental Health Month in Fulton County, Georgia. And I just also wanted to sort of take a moment and just to stress the importance of this, particularly as so many are coming out of the pandemic and beginning to reemerge and engage in society. And this has been a particular challenge that I think is going to be, we're going to see some interesting manifestations and challenging manifestations, particularly with our young people. And so I hope that we are all sort of redoubling our efforts to focus on mental health in the month of May and beyond. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Drinking Water Week, sponsored by Commissioner Hausman with full board support.
Yes, thank you. And as we all know, water is life. So I'm very pleased to be able to present this proclamation, and so glad to see some of our public works in person. It's been a while, so good to see y'all. Whereas water is one of our most valuable natural resources, and only tap water delivers public health protection, fire protection, support for our economy, and the quality of life that we enjoy. And whereas Drinking Water Week is a celebration wherein the American Water Works Association and Fulton County Public Works join together to recognize the vital role water plays in our daily lives. And whereas this year's theme, There When You Need It, calls upon the citizens of Fulton County to help protect our source waters from pollution, to practice water conservation, and to get involved in local water issues by getting to know their water. And whereas the Fulton County Department of Public Works provides safe drinking water to over 75,000 retail and wholesale customers in North Fulton and maintains over 1,200 miles of pipes ranging from 12-inch to 54-inch in diameter, 12 water storage tanks totaling 17 million gallons, 5 operational pump stations, 75,000 water meters, 21,000 fire hydrants, and over 20,500 valves and appurtenances. Say that 3 times. And whereas the Drinking Water Week spotlights and brings to the forefront that we are all stewards of the water infrastructure upon which future generations depend. And whereas to commemorate the occasion, Fulton County will celebrate Drinking Water Week through virtual school events, virtual tours, and community presentations where the focus will be placed on the ways in which our customers can get to know and value their water supply during this very special week. So that now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County recognizes and commends the Department of Public Works for their continued dedication and public service, and hereby proclaims the week of May 2nd through May 8th, 2021 as Drinking Water Week 2021 for Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations. say a few words?
Thank you very much, Commissioners, for the recognition. As always, I'm always very proud of the Public Works staff and being able to deliver these types of services to the residents and visitors to Fulton County, but never more so than this past year, certainly with the COVID pandemic. It really put a lot of new challenges onto our staff. Our staff wasn't allowed to have the luxury of working from home like so many other people were able to do. We still had to come to work every day and to provide the drinking water and to treat the wastewater on a daily basis. And we have a tremendous amount of dedicated staff members who did that every single day when the rest of their family got to stay home and their neighbors got to stay home. But they continue to come to work to make sure that we did what we needed to do to make sure everybody had the drinking water and the wastewater treatment needs that they needed to be able to stay at home and stay productive. Thank you.
David or Coletta, you want to call?
Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Certified Public Managers Appreciation Day, sponsored by Vice Chair Hall with full board support.
Come on down, my fellow cohorts. Oh, this microphone won't even go up. I'm a little bit taller than most. There we go. Thank you. It's so good to see the Certified Public Management classes are still going. I was part of the very first one when I was Chief of Staff to the late Fulton County Commissioner Joan P. Garner. So this is an honor to be able to stand here and present this proclamation to you. Whereas Fulton County government entered into a memorandum of agreement with the University of Georgia Carl Vinson Institute of Government to offer the Certified Public Manager program to managers and supervisors within Fulton County. And whereas the University of Georgia is the only organization within the state of Georgia authorized by the National CPM Consortium to offer the CPM program, and Fulton County's CPM class of 2021 is the 5th class in Fulton County to receive the CPM certification. And whereas the CPM class cohort 1 partnered with Georgia Radio Reading Service, GARRS, and read various newspapers, service programming, magazines, and books to add to the GARRS library for the visually impaired, and developed a plan to increase awareness and volunteer opportunities by creating 2 30-second video public service announcements. And whereas the CPM class cohort J, oh, that was cohort I, I'm sorry. I thought that was a Roman numeral. Cohort J constructed webinars in several areas: juvenile justice prevention and reentry, library, teaching technology, hurdles for public contractors, social media responsibility, and home ownership. Webinar topics included early intervention and delinquency prevention tips, enhancing and expanding services and resources, and providing solutions to contract dilemmas. And whereas the CPM class has completed 300 hours of coursework in 9 months, dedicating 3 full consecutive days per month to attending classes, completing out-of-class homework and academic studies, and giving back to the community of their time, talents, and intellectual capital. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County congratulates the CPM class of 2021 for successfully completing the requirements to receive their professional certifications as certified public managers, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, May 5th, 2020 as Fulton County Certified Public Managers Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Good morning, everyone. Kenneth Herman Jr., Chief HR Officer. Commissioners, thank you very much for supporting this program. As you're well aware, this program is going into the 5th year, and without your support, we would not have been able to train up close to 300 plus managers and supervisors in all things that they would need to be strategic and to adjust in the most very trying times of the county last year. The investment of getting close to almost $1 million now is a true testament to your commitment to the employee development activities within the county, and I just wanted to thank you first for that. Also to the county management and the department heads for allowing their staff to participate in this program and juggle in both work, CPM, and home responsibilities during the 10-month period of time, which, as the two presidents will now tell you, is a Herculean task in itself. But thank you very much, and let me invite the two presidents to say some brief remarks.
Just so you know, I have been vaccinated. It makes you feel a little bit comfortable, right? First of all, let me just say thank you. And I want you to know what we've learned. I'm part of Cohort J, and I'm overjoyed because it's a group of extremely talented and intelligent men and women who work for Fulton County. And not just in Fulton County, their talents and leadership can be right throughout the world. They're that great. We've learned in CPM how to articulate andragogical skills, how to embrace democratic leadership and explore situational leadership. But not only that, to marry management and leadership and transform into servant leaders. It's what we do. Along the way, yes, we were just Fulton County employees taking a leadership course, but along the way became Fulton family. And not only that, we found the Fulton County way. That meant that we wanted to engage, educate, and implement excellence on a daily basis. It's what we do. It's what we're taught to do. So if I would leave you with nothing else, it is true what the late, great Congressman John Lewis said. Education is the cornerstone of democracy. And Maya Angelou said it best. When you know better, you simply do better. Thank you.
On behalf of Cohort I humbly and with excitement accept this proclamation. This cohort, along with Cohort J, had the task of completing this rigorous yet rewarding program during these uncertain times. I would have to say these times is what has cemented the bond of this group of leaders for the rest of our days here at Fulton County and wherever our paths may take us. Thank you to the Board of Commissioners, Mr. Anderson, the entire Fulton County executive team, our departments, and our colleagues that have supported us along the way. Lastly, good luck to both Cohort I and J as we present our final capstones next week. Amen.
Thank you.
The last proclamation is recognizing Older Americans Month, sponsored by Vice Chair Hall with full board support.
All right. Do we have anybody here from Senior Services? No? Okay. Whereas Fulton County government focuses efforts and resources to achieve tangible outcomes for older Americans and recognizes the value of the Older Americans Act, the Administration on Aging, and the continued need to shape policies that inspire, influence, and enrich individuals of all ages and future generations. And whereas the Fulton County Department of Senior Services has been the designated county-based agency for the planning and coordination of Older Americans Act services in Fulton County since 1991.
Good morning, I'm on Zoom.
and exists to this day.
Fulton County government focuses.
Oh, is it echoing? Okay, and exists to this day to support independence, health, and delay cognitive decline through programs for seniors, caregivers, and the community. And whereas Fulton County and Senior Services celebrates Older Americans Month each day and continues the tradition this year by emphasizing the 2021 national theme of Communities of Strength, which celebrates the strength of older adults, the aging network, and the power of connection and engagement in building strong communities. And whereas older Americans residing in Fulton County have shown their resilience over the past year and faced the global pandemic with strength, and the Department of Senior Services has displayed its commitment to these individuals through the continuity of programs, providing transportation, in-home services, emergency home-delivered meals, and virtual programming to reverse the effects of ageism, loneliness, and social isolation. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County urges every resident to take time this May to reinforce the strength of our communities, promote connectivity, and celebrate the resilience of older adults, recognizing their invaluable contributions to the continuity and vitality of Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim May 2021 as Older Americans Month 2021 in Fulton County, Georgia. Dr. Rochelle should have come. Dr. Rochelle?
On behalf of the Department of Senior Services, I accept this proclamation with honor. Seniors are such a vital, important part of our community, and they continue to give and give. So this is just a small recognition of all of the years of hope and love and service that they have provided. So I thank the Board of Commissioners for this honor today.
Thank you. Oh.
Commissioners, we have a special presentation for you all to see.
Good morning. I am Miss Josephine Hill. On behalf of the citizens who attend the Fulton County Multipurpose and Adult Daycare Centers, I am pleased to accept this proclamation. Older American Month, which is May, gives us the opportunity to give special thanks to those who work hard to see that we live comfortable and rewarding lives. We wish to thank the Fulton County government, the Board of Commissioners, and the Fulton County Department of Senior Services for all they have done and are still doing. They make sure that our communities continue to stay strong in providing activities for the needs of our senior citizens. During this pandemic, we are still being provided all the necessities that we need. Much of this is done through virtual programs, which keep us involved weekly. Again, from the senior citizens of Fulton County, we say, thank you.
Mr. Chair, before we get started. It's a point of privilege. Yesterday, I got to participate in a little event that our senior services collaborated with our arts and culture department on, where they have interviewed several senior citizens over the age of 94 that are participants at our multi-purpose centers, and ask them questions about their lives. And I think they're going to post all these videos, I think, right, and share them. Please take a chance to take a look at these. Some of the humor, the advice, the wisdom that they share is just invaluable, and it was just really a great thing. And I just want to point that out as we recognize Older Americans Month.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Clerk.
On page 4, public hearings. 21-0325, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment are allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website at www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with speakers here in Assembly Hall today. We have received 2 speaker cards. Solicitor Keith Gamage and Maggie Goldman, if you would please come down.
Good morning. I rise today to give thanks to this auspicious body, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, and each of the members of this commission. I reflected, as I'm thankful for this morning's reopening and for my role as Fulton County Solicitor General, I reflected on March of last year. And all of us in crisis mode, trying to right the ship of our county and handle our various responsibilities during a first-in-a-century pandemic. I'm thankful and rise to say thank you on behalf of my 96 employees who have been working each day, early in the morning and late in the night, to provide justice as best we can during this time. But there were concerns last year about furloughs. There were concerns about whether folks would be able to take care of their families. And because of you all's leadership, and service to our citizens, we survived probably the worst year of our lives. And so I don't want us to move forward and reopen without that being said. And so I speak today in my individual capacity as Keith Gamage, citizen, family man, but also on behalf of the folks who I represent, about 1 million citizens across our great county who have benefited from you all's commitment. You all have a part-time job that requires full-time work. We're appreciative to each and every one of you all. To our county manager, your leadership has been brilliant. The true mettle of people, as we all know, is really revealed during times of crisis and challenge. This is an unprecedented time and season that we've been in. Mr. Anderson, you all, and on the court side, Mr. Adams and his team, and the other department heads, elected officials, and our employees have benefited from you all's leadership. And I want to make sure that that's recorded in the annals of our history. So thank you all. Thank you.
My name is Maggie Goldman. I'm a resident of Johns Creek in District 1. I wrote these comments before I knew that you were moving the agenda items, so just bear with me on that one. I'm offering my support for the resolution today that will begin implementation of the resolution that provides Fulton citizens with a piece of the American Rescue Plan dollars coming to Fulton County. Home mortgage assistance will help keep families in their homes. Small businesses who need grants to stay afloat will be able to keep employed and their shops open. And our young people who need a summer job that will keep them occupied and out of trouble. I'm urging you to vote next week, in 2 weeks, yes to support Commissioner Arrington's resolution allowing the commission to affirm and maintain its oversight in hiring and firing decisions of the Fulton Elections Board and vote no on the Ellis resolution. Ultimately, the Fulton Commission is responsible for everything that happens in the county departments and needs to have final say in choosing the department leaders. Since the commission controls the budget for the elections board, the commission needs to have a say in hiring and firing decisions of who is spending Fulton's county tax dollars. With the risk that the state elections board could use SB 202 to push aside all 5 members of our Fulton Elections Board and install one person as an elections superintendent, that person could bypass the commission and direct the elections department in partisan ways in future elections. We must affirm the role of the commission in hiring and firing decisions of the elections board so we have as many tools as possible to fight SB 202 and protect the voting rights of every single Fulton voter. I went looking for the new Fulton Animal Shelter that was approved to be built in 2019 with an expected opening in the summer of 2021. None of the staff I spoke to on Monday could tell me the address of the new shelter. I also visited the current animal shelter, and they did not know either.
15 seconds.
I will be following up with the county manager and the board, but where is the new animal shelter, and is it in fact opening in this summer? Thank you.
I see now we have a clock. It helps me keep track of everything here on the, and I failed to mention that for the speakers. Any other speakers in the Assembly Hall?
No further speakers in Assembly Hall. We do have 18 public comments that were submitted in writing. Mr. Carver?
Yes, there are a total, actually, we had one additional one as well, so we have 19 now. The first of these is from Cheryl Davies of Johns Creek, which says, my name is Cheryl Davies. I live in Johns Creek. I would like to voice my support for the resolution today that will begin implementation of the resolution that provides our Fulton County residents American Rescue Plan dollars. Your plan to offer home mortgage assistance, give county employees a needed premium payment, give small businesses a grant, and keep our artists afloat and summer jobs for our young people shows you care. It also shows that our county government works for the people. Please vote yes for the implementation plan today. Next one is from Lori Randall of Roswell. I would like to reiterate my support for Commissioner Arrington's resolution. It is so important for us to have transparency and accountability in elections to protect our right to vote. So it is best for the Fulton County Commission as an elected body directly responsible to the public to have control over the Fulton County Elections Board. I'm also in favor of implementing our funds from the American Rescue Plan to improve life for struggling people and businesses in Fulton County as soon as possible. Next is from Kathy Carroll of Johns Creek. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kathy Carroll, and I live in Johns Creek. I would like to encourage you to pass Commissioner Marvin Arrington's resolution. It is important for the Commission to be in charge of deciding who runs our elections. Please vote yes on Commissioner Arrington's resolution and no on the Ellis resolution. I also support the implementation of the American Rescue Plan and ask that you vote yes to get assistance to those who need it quickly. Thank you for your service to our county. The next one is from Carrie Smith of Johns Creek. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Carrie, and I live in Johns Creek, District 1. As a Fulton County resident, I'm pleading with you to vote yes to support Commissioner Arrington's resolution allowing the Commission to affirm and maintain its oversight in hiring and firing decisions of the Fulton County Elections Board, and vote no on the Ellis resolution. I repeat, I am pleading for you to vote yes on Commissioner Arrington's resolution and no on the Ellis resolution. It is my understanding that the Fulton Commission is ultimately responsible for everything within the county departments, including controlling the budget for the Elections Board. Therefore, it only seems logical the Commission would have the final say on who is hired and fired from the Elections Board. To have anyone else in charge of the hiring-firing process for the Election Board seems extremely political and a little underhanded to this Fulton County resident. We, the residents of Fulton County, are able to hold the Commission accountable for their decisions through our tried and true system of voting, but we, the voting residents of Fulton County, have no say on who sits on the Elections Board. What happens if the State Election Board tries to use SB 202 to push aside members of the Fulton County Elections Board? What happens if just one person is installed as an election superintendent and that person could bypass the Commission? What happens if that one person directed the Elections Department in partisan ways in future elections? That may seem like a bunch of what-ifs, but if we cannot forget that elections must have consequences. You must affirm the role of the Commission in hiring and firing decisions of Elections Board so we can have as many tools as possible to fight SB 202 and protect the rights of every single Fulton voter. The next public comment is from Thomas Hughes of Roswell. Stacey Abrams provided an overview that raised serious questions as to the motives of those who removed county officials from the oversight of the election administration of a minority/poor/elderly voter suppression bill. Before Abrams' comments were cut short, she presented many provisions which were racist and suppressed the votes of the poor or elderly. Abrams' response to questions on the voting rights bill went viral. I urge a vote of no on the Ellis resolution. I am Thomas Hughes and a resident of Fulton County. Next is Joseph Keller of Roswell. As a resident of Commission District 1, I support the Arrington resolution and urge you to vote no on the Ellis resolution. The people of Fulton elect our county commissioners. When we elect commissioners to do the work of the citizens, they must be allowed the responsibilities and resources to do their jobs, including controlling the Fulton Elections Board budget and hiring and firing of department heads. Voters in Fulton have no say regarding anyone appointed by the state election board, and should that board choose to remove our Fulton election board members, we can hold our county commissioners responsible and exercise our displeasure with their decisions by choosing not to vote for them again, but appointees by the state election board are not elected by the people of Fulton County. We cannot allow opportunities for partisan politics of any party to influence our elections. We cannot allow overreach of state control of our duly elected commission board and subsequently our election board. Vote yes on Arrington's resolution and no on the Ellis resolution. The next one is from Rachel Bardioni of Milton. I strongly oppose the creation of a reparation task force within Fulton County Commission Board. Our justice system wouldn't dream of punishing individuals for the crimes of others, so why should public policy? Slavery was a human rights atrocity that occurred over 160 years ago. The people who should be asked to pay for those wrongs have no direct connections to the actual slave owners. And the same could be said for those who would be receiving the funds. Many believe that the debt was paid by the 620,000 plus American lives that were lost fighting the war against slavery. Nobody on either side of the equation was alive when these atrocities occurred. In today's already tense environment, reparations would further increase the widening racial divide. They will not mend, restore, or bring us together. Reparations will only divide, embitter, or impoverish. I'm originally from Chicago, close to Evanston, Illinois. As you may know, Evanston is the first city to pay reparations to its citizens for housing injustices and discrimination dating back to the years 1919 to 1969. Illinois is number 3 behind New York and New Jersey in the nation for citizens fleeing the state. Reparations will be another mounting reason for those to get out of Dodge and relocate to a state that is not burdened by taxes and government regulations. Let's not take a cue from a state that is drowning in debt, carries the highest murder rate in the country, and has a massive exodus. If I thought for a moment that reparations would heal the racial divide, I would be 100% behind the effort. But that's simply not the case. Look at the war on poverty. To date, we have spent $25 trillion and have simply lost the war. Reforming education, criminal justice, and housing policy while encouraging job creation, economic growth, and individual savings will do more to help those who feel they have been left behind. The next public comment is from Bridget Thorne of Alpharetta. Commissioner Hall, you mentioned how great it was that your hometown, Evanston, Illinois, was paying reparations. I see that you went to DeVry University Chicago location. So you are a Cook County native. I am also from Illinois, but I am from downstate. We aren't very fond of how Chicago/Cook County has bankrupted the state. There are calls to have Cook County break off from the state. In my hometown, the university used to have 26,000 students. Now it has less than 10,000. Housing values have depreciated, taxes are high, and people are leaving. Do you think paying reparations is wise? Don't Cook County, Fulton County. Ms. Hall, I'm also waiting to get those facts that you have to support not firing Richard Barron. I've emailed and called your office. Commissioner Abdur-Rahman, you wanted COVID bonuses for all Fulton County employees. 3.5% was not enough, so why not 5%? Ms. Abdur-Rahman, Fulton County employees should be grateful that they didn't lose their jobs or businesses. Last fall in North Fulton County, businesses were pretty much open normal. I met a friend for lunch down by the airport in your district on a cold and rainy day. We could not find a place to eat inside. It was sad. We had to get takeout and eat in our car. Ms. Abdur-Rahman, small businesses are hurting. People are hurting. Let's spend the money helping people who were hurt by COVID. Commissioners, your reparations task force, government payouts for government employees, no support of election integrity bill, and your takeover of the Board of Elections bipartisan decision to terminate the beleaguered director are leading our county to a socialist/communist policies. Democracy is being diminished. it may be time that District 1, 2, and 3 become Milton County. We do not wish to divide, but your policies will not unite us. We are not being heard. Thank you. Next public comment is from Donna Lawson of Atlanta. God morning, elected, selected, and rejected Fulton County government audience. As previously revealed, I have been unknowingly chosen to represent many, many, many disenfranchised actions, violations, policy failures, etc. in our public library system by library management. The devastating and wicked scheme is costly, unjust, and defaming at a minimum. Managing a $29+ million budget and hundreds of highly educated department-focused staff members is not an easy job. But the saving grace of such a matter is that it could be found in a book. Books are the point-specific tools used to create positive change in leadership attitudes. However, nobody seems to be reading. Better yet, worst in reality, nobody is comprehending. Maybe it would be more clearly stated that there is no one willing to accept responsibility for responding to serious patron concerns of expulsion and termination of services which deprives me access that is otherwise granted to other people. This is a huge library safety matter for all citizens. Furthermore, it exposes a lack of procedural knowledge of the legal department's representatives, who are attorneys Abiola Lamakana and Kay Burwell, that have reportedly bumped heads per interpretation of their fact-finding and communication efforts. Chip Joyner, board chair, and Commissioner Marvin Arrington's appointee, missed the publicly disclosed date announced last week in the Library Board of Trustees meetings. He has failed again by not implied of not completing this assignment. Trustees are to be trusted, not so much with your selected group. Who is Cheryl Small in the library chain of command? How are patrons to engage with Taryn Gillum, Nicholas Rodriguez, and Victor Simmons, who are reported as library leaders? Why are the staff members afraid to voice their concerns with safety in this pandemic season? Could it be fear of retaliation? It seems as if the employees have no engagement with the commissioners' appointed board reps. That's not good. They should have a voice. The next public comment is from Ben Howard of Atlanta. Actually, Mr. Howard's comments, bear with me because they just disappeared from my screen. If we can move on to the other public comments from Ms. Waller.
What happened? What's going on? Did the sound, what's?
Ms. Waller, can you read the other two?
So far, so good, ladies and gentlemen. This is our first day and yeah, smoothly so far. Mr. Manager, I don't see Mr. Ellis Kirby, but while we're waiting, on the list of things to do, in addition to the drawers, we need trash cans. Okay. What? They are? Oh. Let's bring my own. No, we're good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. How many more speakers do we have?
I'm sorry, we're going to resume with public comment from Andrew Randell of Roswell. I've been I have been so disheartened to see recent voter suppression efforts. I support Commissioner Arrington's resolution because having oversight of the Fulton Elections Board by an elected body, the Fulton County Commission, that is directly responsible to the people will help protect our right to vote. I also support implementing the American Rescue Plan in the community right away to use these resources to help Fulton County make a strong recovery from the pandemic. Next one is from Sarah Fuchs of Roswell. I'm urging you to vote yes to support Commissioner Arrington's resolution allowing the Commission to affirm and maintain its oversight in hiring and firing decisions of the Fulton County Elections Board, and vote no on the Ellis resolution. Next one is from Susan Mahalik of Roswell. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Susan Lynn Mahalik. I'm a resident and small business owner in Roswell, Fulton County's District 2. I wish to express my support today for the implementation plan that you are all allowed to consider. The American Rescue Plan will help small businesses like mine help homeowners who are struggling to stay above water, preserve jobs and young people to stay employed. This is the right decision and the right thing to do for our community members and benefits all of us in the near term. Vote yes on the implementation of the American Rescue Plan dollars today. Thank you. Next one is from Kathy Bruce, also of Roswell. My name is Kathy Bruce. I am a resident of Roswell. Please vote yes to support Commissioner Arrington's resolution allowing the Commission to affirm and maintain oversight in hiring and firing decisions of the Fulton Elections Board, and vote no on the Ellis resolution. The Fulton Commission is responsible for everything that happens in county departments and needs to have final say in choosing department leaders. The public can hold commissioners accountable if we don't like their actions, but we have no control over who sits on the Fulton Elections Board. Since the Commission controls the budget for the Fulton Elections Board, the Commission needs to make hiring and firing decisions on who is spending tax dollars. This is how every other department works in Fulton, and it's a political decision to make an exception for the Elections Board. There is a risk that the State Elections Board will use SB 202 to push aside all 5 members of our Fulton Elections Board, install one person as election superintendent. That person could bypass the Commission and direct the Elections Department in partisan ways in future elections. So we must affirm the role of the Commission in hiring and firing decisions of the Elections Board, so we have as many tools as possible to fight SB 202 and protect voting rights. Please vote yes on Commissioner Arrington's resolution and no on the Ellis resolution. Next is Alice Goldberg of Johns Creek. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Alice Goldberg. I live and vote in Johns Creek in Fulton County, and I support Commissioner Arrington's resolution to keep the Commission in charge of who runs our elections. Stopping voter suppression will not allow others in the state to try to subvert our will at the ballot box, and is vital to democracy. By supporting Commissioner Arrington's resolution today, you will help us keep Fulton County elections fair and trustworthy. As a taxpayer, I provide the money for the elections. As an elected member of the County Commission, you appropriate money for the elections. We should have final say on who spends it. Next is Melissa Mulvaney of Roswell. As a resident of Commission District 1, I support Commissioner Arrington's resolution to ensure the Fulton County Commission remains in control of running our elections, including the hiring and firing decisions of the Fulton Elections Board. It simply cannot be overlooked that the Fulton County Commissioners are elected by the people of Fulton. As a result, our commissioners are accountable to us to do their job faithfully. That job includes controlling the taxpayer-funded budget for the Fulton Elections Board and subsequently control over choosing department leaders. If we don't like the actions taken by our commissioners on our behalf, then we have the power not to re-elect them. But we will not have that power if the State Election Board uses SB 202 to remove the 5 Fulton Election Board members and designate their own potentially partisan members instead. Given our current political climate and the Republican majority in the Georgia General Assembly, the risk to our democratic process, to the voting rights of Fulton County citizens in future elections is very real. Please vote yes on Commissioner Arrington's resolution and no on the Ellis resolution. Thank you. Next is Nina Corsten of Milton. I am urging you to vote yes on Commissioner Arrington's resolution allowing the Commission to maintain its oversight in hiring and firing decision of the Fulton County Elections Board. With the imminent risk of the State Elections Board, we could use SB 202 to push aside all 5 members of our Fulton Elections Board, install a person of their choosing to to an election superintendent, and that person could bypass the commission and direct the elections department in partisan ways in future elections. We must affirm the role of the commission in hiring and firing decisions. I urge you to vote yes on Commissioner Arrington's resolution and no on the Ellis resolution. Next is Michael Barron of Sandy Springs. I have been a resident of Sandy Springs for the past 16 years, and I've been inspired to write to this group previously. I've never been inspired to write to this group previously. It seems strange to be writing in Fulton County. It seems strange to be writing on Fulton County, keeping control of its elections, but recently there have been a lot of talk about how Fulton County does not know how to run its own election. I have knowledge that the last two elections, November 2020 and January 2021, were carefully analyzed by the Secretary of State and other independent auditors. There were minimal irregularities, and those who were ruled not to have had an impact the elections. The recent state legislation, SB 202, that allows the state to dismiss county officials if the state has suspicions of mishandling ballots is very upsetting to me. Fulton County is running elections in the proper fashion. There is no need for the state to surpass local election officials.
Mr. Carver, time is up on that, Speaker.
And there's one more, Sheila Hamilton of College Park. Greetings, I'm concerned that the HIV grant is being eliminated. As an African-American woman who realizes HIV/AIDS is affecting us more than any other group of citizens, please find funds to continue this grant. Thank you.
Any others?
Public comments.
No further speakers. No further speakers.
No other speakers, entonces, not entonces. You got me speaking Spanish today. Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 4, county manager's items under open and responsible government, 21-0326, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
All right, as usual, we'll hear from the manager, followed by that introduction by the chief operating officer and her presenters. Mr. Manager.
Is that it? Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Very pleased to have you back, and thank you for all your kind comments relative to Assembly Hall, the entrance plaza, and the atrium. We've worked very hard on that, and we think it really projects the image both of welcoming as well as professionalism. So again, thank you. We will work on the punch list that you've come up with, so we'll get on that post this. Today we'll walk through the COVID response trends, the vaccination rates, and the innovations like walk-up service as well as mobile vaccinations as we continue to intensely focus on mitigating the spread of the virus. What you'll see today is the trends are good, with new cases plateauing around 100 a day, hospitalization rates and positivity rates at about 205% respectively, both of which are much improved over where we were at the first of the year. Mercedes-Benz has been our flagship location, and we have now administered over 250,000 vaccines through that site. It's been recognized by FEMA as the best performing Type 1 site in the United States. I want to say publicly, I was also pleased by the AJC reporting on this site as they took a visit there and looked at the walk-up service and actually followed someone from the time that they arrived through the process, and I think that was around 20 minutes. As well, last week I had the opportunity to meet with the FEMA representatives on site as well as GMA and thank them for their support of Fulton County. In addition, GICC and 4700 North Point continue to do tremendous work, averaging over 1,000 vaccines a day and are very important in our overall vaccine program. Walk-up service, I mentioned, is an innovation. That's one not requiring an appointment, although appointments are still recommended, and we have now done that 22,000 times at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. We will announce that we're doing now walk-ups at both 4700 and GICC effective today, so you will be able to encourage citizens that if they don't have an appointment, they can simply show up at one of those locations and procure a vaccine. The really big idea that is next on the agenda is mobile delivery. Not that you haven't heard of it before, but we want to go into some detail today. We will be having 11 units in the field. It's a really big push, and I think it's the natural transition from big sites to fundamentally in the community. We want to couple that with data that we are now beginning to receive from the state that will show where we have underrepresented populations by geography, customized messaging to those communities. So you'll see that. Some of you I've talked to about that personally, and I want to thank you for your support of that messaging approach. And then the last leg of that stool is mobile units directly to the community. So it's data, messaging, and a mobile unit. And we believe that with 11 units, when in comparison, the rest of the state will have 17 in total, we will lead in that effort, and it will be the fundamental approach to closing the health equity gap. And we do have numbers on health equity today that we'll share with you. We want to remind you today of all the anticipated ARA funds as well as funds that you've provided in the three broad areas. Just a couple of caveats, one to keep in mind as you deliberate. One is Treasury guidance, and the other is city participation or coordination with our municipalities. We have received outside counsel review, which has been forwarded to you on a premium pay proposal that we elected to recommend that we hold until we receive Treasury guidance. And that also, I think, applies to the other programs that we've overviewed. The more that we looked at that, I think the better served we will be for outside counsel as well as receiving the Treasury guidance. As well, I think, as I mentioned before, a collaborative approach with our cities will be the key to maximizing the benefits to citizens. And I think that will begin in Friday's mayor's meeting. And remembering that we received $206 million, the cities without Atlanta included received $153 million, and including Atlanta, $331 million, or will receive, I should say, since none of us have received these funds as of yet. Finally, I would just say it's good to be back in Assembly Hall. It's a very visible representation of returning to normal. We probably over-indexed by not having department heads and departments here for some of the resolutions, so we'll work on that going forward, but that was the reason we had some here and some not. I think we over-indexed on saying for everyone to stay out of Assembly Hall generally unless they had a need to be here, and that was clearly a need. But I also want to acknowledge again the phenomenal work of Ellis Kirby, Joe Davis, Bill Mason, Tim Diamond, who also did a lot of legwork making sure that our facilities were safe, and now when we're back in them, truly phenomenal. So again, I thank you for your support for all of that. We're going to change this just a bit because I'm going to introduce Matt Kallmeyer and Doug Schuster to give the emergency management report, Mr. Chairman, and then the Chief Operating Officer, Anna Roach, will come in to talk about reopening in one area that I know you're going to be interested in, which is senior services, and then we'll finish up with a report from Sharon Whitmore, the CFO. So Matt Kallmeyer.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Commissioners. We'll go ahead as we normally do. We'll start with Doug Schuster giving us just an overview of where we are in our neck of the woods. Doug Schuster with EMSI, please start.
Thank you. Thank you for having us again. Good to be here in person. Next slide, please. Next slide. There we go. So I will quickly kind of run through where we are. I always like to start with a little bit of history and kind of tell you where we are up front, and then we'll move quickly into the vaccinations and some of the equity initiatives that we are ongoing here in the county. So first off, as the county manager mentioned, our 7-day average for cases, the percent positives continue to plateau. I have a slide that will demonstrate that pretty well. And we're moving on to the next slide, okay? This is kind of a look back. I like to do this at the beginning of every month, right here on this. So the 7-day average for hospitalizations and COVID deaths have started to slowly decline, which is good news. And then our percent positives are now 5%, moving us from yellow to green in the indicator. Next slide. And like I said, I like to take a look back at the beginning of every month and kind of show you kind of where we've been. And I kind of the main point of this slide is to, even though we're back in this building, we are not out of the woods. We still had 3,395 cases in April. And I just want to pay particular attention to the most deadly months have been since the beginning of this year. On the 4 right-hand bars on the orange graph, talks about how deadly COVID can actually be. And it's why we need to remain vigilant and continue our push to get people vaccinated while we're in the trough that I'm about to show you. Next slide. So I've stretched these out so you can actually see kind of the duration of the trough. The top slide is the cases in Fulton County, and you can see over the fall it was about where we are now, maybe a little bit higher. A little bit rocky road through the fall months, but we've seen a very flattening of our curve, or flattening of our trough, and the duration is about what it was this fall. So if we were to expect to see another rise or wave, you would expect to see it pretty soon, so we'll continue to monitor that, but you can actually see, like I said, the plateau that is in the trough of cases. And really the same thing. This is my most important metric that we track, are hospitalizations, because that is the true metric of people that are suffering in the county, and you can see kind of the plateau that has been reached over the last 3 or 4 weeks there too. I will say good news up at the top. I've really been waiting for our cases. We actually dropped last night below 100 for the first time since September. And we dropped to 200 for hospitalizations last night for our hospitalizations, so that's really good news. Next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about vaccination response as a whole and then turn it over to Matt to talk about Mercedes-Benz. Yesterday, our fixed and mobile vaccination sites that are under the Board of Health and AFCEMA's kind of auspices have administered 450,000 vaccines. We're actually at 451,326. Yesterday, North Point and GICC began accepting walk-ups, as the county manager noted, and we want to make sure that everybody understands that within your all's districts so that we can get and continue to push to get as many people vaccinated as possible by removing the barrier of appointments. This week, we have 17,500 second dose appointments that are scheduled at our 3 fixed locations. That number is a little bit down because we are starting to get to a point of saturation a little bit, so that's why our efforts that you're about to hear in equity and communications are really going to be important. Also this week, Fulton County mobile vaccination units, which we're going to give you more information on later, have administered over 25,000 doses just from our mobile vaccination units, which is a huge number, and we're very proud of that also. This week, we'll have 8 mobile units at 30 unique locations for the week. Next slide. Just kind of a look by location, over 271,000. Actually, we're 275,000 at Mercedes-Benz now. And the north is at 85,000 based on the latest numbers. And between our 3 southern sites that have been open at one time or another, we are over 67,000 total at the southern sites. And like I said, our mobile units have done over 25,000. Next slide. Quickly, I wanted to mention the state dashboard, which tracks by, it now tracks by zip code. That people in the county that have been vaccinated, as you see, they're reporting 37% have received at least 1 dose, and 27% have been fully vaccinated. I do want to bring attention, these numbers probably are higher. The state dashboard reflects a percentage of the total population, not the percentage of total eligible population. For example, of eligible population, at least 1 dose is 42%, and fully vaccinated would be 32%. Also, there's still a data entry lag, as we did so many vaccinations around the state and in Fulton County over the last 2 months, that there's still some a lag of time getting data entered, so we expect to see these numbers grow. And also, there's unknown addresses within the system that the state is trying to reconcile to. All those unknown addresses are captured in the state's numbers, not the county's numbers. One more thing I wanted to mention here was also we're expecting either late this week or early next week, but it's imminent, is the EUA approval for Pfizer for 12 to 15-year-olds, which will hopefully give us a bump in people getting vaccinated or their children getting vaccinated, and hopefully we can have children bring their parents in with them, which we'll expect to see, like I said, a rise in that area. And then I just want to note here that really now the real work begins. We've done a lot of great work through our fixed sites, but as the county manager noted, getting into the detail and getting really good, like we got really good at fixed sites, we need to get even better at our mobile deployment, and that is going to be kind of our shift moving forward. Next slide.
So as we transition slides, one of the things that we've been working with is Atlanta Public Schools and Fulton County Public Schools in anticipation of the EUA for 12 to 15-year-old edition. And we have commitments from them that that student body will be directed to our fixed locations to be able to go ahead and get vaccinated. So we're very appreciative of that partnership, and we look forward to being able to go ahead and help those school children should their parents seek the vaccination for those individuals. So you did hear the county manager initially go ahead and say we reached another milestone at the Mercedes-Benz Community Vaccination Center. Over 250,000 individuals have been vaccinated there since January 4th. As of yesterday, our new number is 275,588. It's an incredible partnership. We can't thank Arthur Blank and his team enough to be able to open up that facility, as well as this incredible private and public sector partnership. We have had so many individuals that have come through that say that they cannot believe that it works with this many levels of government together. So we are working hand in hand with our state partners and our federal partners, and they are supporting us as we go ahead and manage this site and administer the process there. So we're really appreciative of that. We've done a great job of making sure we get this out through the social media channels of other media partners, but we have actually combined gates 1 and 2. So before, all walk-ups would go to gate 1, which was closer to the north side of the building by the big soccer ball sculpture. Now everyone is coming through gate 2. It allows us to be able to go ahead and utilize more of the space inside with the pods and distribution of folks. Before, we would have to actually only send them to 1 or 2 pods. Now this allows us to go ahead and distribute patients to all the pods in the building. We had our third day over 10,000. That puts us as the highest type 1 facility to be able to vaccinate most amount of folks in one particular day of all the FEMA type 1 locations across the country. That particular day was 12,726. Incredibly hard day for everyone that was working at the site, and just want to go ahead and take a moment to go ahead and say congratulations to them. And the number one thing for us to go ahead and hang our hat on is that there's that many individuals in Metro Atlanta that we're able to go ahead and vaccinate in one day. So far to date, we've actually went ahead, and it's just a little higher than what we see on the screen. It's 25,103 individuals that have taken advantage of the walk-up process. That was one of the things that we did. Once again, last meeting we talked to you guys about that we changed our model once we started to see a significant drop in the amount of individuals that were actually signing up for vaccinations. We switched to the walk-up model. It has worked very well at this facility. Yesterday was our first day welcoming individuals at 4700 North Point location, as well as the Georgia International Convention Center for walk-ups. We're capping those at 500 a day. We want to make sure that that team has an ability to be successful. And as we start to go ahead and do better with that process and figure out how to go ahead and welcome more and more individuals, those numbers will go up. But just wanted to make sure that everyone is aware. We did receive guidance from the BOC to go ahead and expand this to all sites, and we have done so at your request. And once again, the highest single day of walk-ups was 3,010. Extremely grateful for being able to go ahead and manage that many individuals that took it upon themselves to be spontaneous consumers that day, and we look forward to being able to provide that at the other sites. And while we do spend a little bit of time talking about the largest vaccination center, we cannot forget about the incredible work that our partners are doing at 4700 North Point, as well as the Georgia National Convention Center. Next slide, please. How did we make this happen? To this point, it was definitely leveraging the support of our municipal partners and the firefighters. So the paramedics, the advanced EMTs that we have from municipal partners came forward. You could see that these municipalities went ahead and did everything they could to cut some of the additional firefighters over to the cause to support ourselves and the Board of Health with vaccinating individuals. If any of you guys have had the opportunity to come to our sites, you saw firefighters sitting at the table actually administering the vaccines. So we are grateful for that. They're actually transitioning back into a normal state themselves. So the Board of Health is getting to a better place where they have been able to go ahead and bring on part-time and full-time staff for clinical support to take on these roles. We'll be with them for about another week, leveraging these municipal partners, and then we'll let them get back to their quarters to go ahead and concentrate on some of the activities that they put aside to help us and help their community to be better prepared and respond to the COVID vaccine. So the important thing to go ahead and concentrate on over here is over 1,200 personnel hours was dedicated to this cause from our municipal partners. I just can't thank them enough for that. Next slide. I'd like to welcome Jessica Corbett up to the podium to go ahead and help us with this equity piece. Or is it?
I'll get started and she'll come up in a second. Thank you. So our health equity response, the first bullet is kind of nebulous, but I can't tell you how important it is and the work that's gone in dealing with the state's immunization program and then the 2 reservation systems that we continue to use, VRAS and JOT forms, to extract information from those so that we can come up with a really good demographic picture of what's going on in Fulton County as far as health or vaccine equity. We've increasing shots to date in each of our multi-pronged health equity approach, which you'll see in a coming slide. And then the county's mobile units will increase from 8 to 11 by the end of May 10th. And we're going to continue to do targeted communication plans, emphasizing hesitancy and misinformation. Next slide. So I wanted to share with you as a group, this slide, while colorful, has very good information. The blue bars are the percent of population of the demographics you see below. So it's the standard population numbers from the last census update. And then the orange bar is the percent of vaccine delivered to Fulton County residents per that demographic on February 23rd. And the gray bar is the same information on April 23rd. And then the gold bar would be Mercedes-Benz Stadium and the CVC and what we've done there. So as you can see, the white demographic was vaccinating at a 50% rate and then 51% on April 23rd, but 47% at Mercedes-Benz. The black demographic was vaccinated at 18% on February 23rd, and that has grown to 25% as of April 23rd, and 29% at the Mercedes-Benz. And so while there's a lot of work to be done, there has been some improvement in actually getting a 7% increase in 2 months. The numbers have to be incredibly good, and so we hope to continue to push those numbers even higher. The Asian population, as you see, got vaccinated very early within the county, and their numbers have tapered off back to their population demographic. But they've also taken advantage of the Mercedes-Benz site. And the Latino population was less than 1% in February, and now over 9% of that community has been vaccinated, which is just great news, from less than 1% to 9%. And for the last 2 weeks at Mercedes-Benz, that number is about 16% coming through the stadium. So there's a lot of word of mouth going along with in that community, and we hope to see that continue also. You can see the unknowns going down, which goes to the work of us extracting the information and be able to produce it like this. So we're going to update this for you all every time we come to kind of show you the gains that we've been made. We're not claiming victory here. There's a lot of work to be done, but wanted to show you kind of what's been going on. Next slide. So this is the equity strategy. We started off early on with the senior center vaccines. And actually today will be the second round of second shots for each of the senior centers that we went to. At this point, we're sending those people to GICC, but that's over 2,300 people that have been fully vaccinated, most of them over 65. And so that's just great news. And we continue to canvass and work those areas and provide transportation when possible to mine those partnerships with the senior services group. Our faith-based leadership partnership, we continue to try and leverage that and message and communicate and do mobile sites at those locations, and we're continuing to do that. So we're up to 5,300 there. Our Latinx outreach has been, like I said, one of our big successes, and a lot of that was going into the Mexican consulate and working with Latinx. And Mercedes-Benz working with the soccer team and messaging and all kinds of things to kind of improve there. And our partnership with Tuxedo Pharmacy is continuing as they continue to go to even smaller places where we can't get in or people can't get out to get the vaccine. Then our street teams are out knocking on doors, calling, and doing some other things. We have some other newer initiatives that Ms. Corbett's going to talk about here in a second. Next slide.
Good morning, Commissioners, and I'm very excited to be back in touch with you, and back in person with you, I should say, after almost a year. And just want to say thanks to all of you for your service and ongoing support. As Doug just mentioned, our teams are doing a lot of outreach in multifaceted ways. And if I could give just kind of a landscape setting statement, the first 3 or 4 months of our vaccination efforts are really people who have, who understand access, they know how to easily navigate the healthcare system, navigate the appointment system, and go through the process to actuate their vaccination. Now we are at a stage, and we know in Fulton County that there have been historic barriers to access for a number of different reasons that you're all familiar with. And so we are kind of transitioning from a place where it was enough to say the vaccine is here and you can come and get it, to a place where we really have to have a conversation with folks about why it is important, why it is something that's safe to do, why it's something that can protect them, help the community, help their families, and that kind of thing. There is a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of misinformation about the vaccine. Some of it is innocent information that people may just misunderstand what the vaccine does and doesn't do. Some of it may be more malicious in nature, we could say, or more focused on kind of undermining trust in the vaccination process. And so that's where we're kind of transitioning and having a more conversation-based and seeking to bridge access. So what you see on the screen in front of you is just an example of what a person will see at a library, for example, when they're walking by a library in one of our targeted neighborhoods, and they would see a setup like this, and there would be a person sitting there ready to talk to them about the vaccine, help them understand that walk-ups are available, appointments are available, set that appointment on the spot. And you'll hear more in just a minute about the mobile strategy. And coming soon, we will have actually days when mobile vaccination is available inside the library. So that's a really exciting development, and we're excited to share more with you. We also have outreach folks in tag offices. They will be doing more and more community-based events. They're already accessing appointments through the library system and through other county appointments. I think the community-based events are where we want to talk a little bit more about engaging with all of you. Next slide, please. And so again, with our communications kind of broader efforts, and you've seen, we've talked about this before, hopefully some of you have heard radio ads and seen some of the digital ads that are already in place. And then coming, we are now kind of moving down the path of the out-of-home. Some of you, Commissioner Abdur-Rahman gave me some great suggestions about additional outlets to consider, and we are engaging with those as well. And then with the Black Cross, I'm excited to announce that on May 20th, we will have our first faith-based town hall meeting, working with Pastor Eric Thomas is going to be working with us. We will be sharing that information with all of you. And really the purpose of that, and what you'll see more with our Live and in Color campaign, is an effort, kind of a train-the-trainer type conversation, where we prepare that person to say, your congregation has expressed concerns to you. These are ways that you can have that conversation. You are someone they trust. Here's how you can prepare for that conversation and address some of those misunderstandings that people have about the vaccine. Nurses, that was another great recommendation. Nursing associations, community healthcare workers, just any partner who is trusted in the community is who we want to engage. Next slide, please. And then I think Doug and Matt are going to talk about mobile vaccination.
Thank you, Jessica. So we did talk about the next frontier. Mobile vaccination is where it's going to be for us. We're getting to the end of the fixed site model, just solely fixed site. We've been weaving in some mobile vaccinations as we've gone along with our 3 fixed sites for mass vaccination. But once again, everyone's seeing the numbers decreasing. You see the news reports as well. Those spontaneous, or the consumers, that really want to go ahead and get a vaccine are not there. We have to take it out to them. We have to take it out to the communities. We have to go ahead and penetrate the areas where individuals do not have mobility abilities to get to these locations, and just sometimes make it easy so they can walk out the door and say, oh yes, let me go ahead and get a vaccine. It's right in my neighborhood, it's right in my apartment complex. So that, a long time ago, we talked to you about our 3-prong approach. One of those things is making sure that the Board of Health and Emergency Management would go ahead and do the vaccination effort. The second pillar of that, the second prong of that, was working with our hospital partners and what they're doing to that effort and that end. And the final piece is definitely partnering with the pharmacies, CVS, Walgreens, Publix, Kroger, all those other ones, the pharmacies that were actually out there. So we're one of those major legs of it. And quite frankly, we are the safety net vaccination effort for the people of Fulton County. So one of the things we wanted to do is create a capacity to be able to vaccinate over 2,000 people a day. We did talk about we have 8 mobile units in play right now. We have the ability to go up to 11. That's 10 with our partner CORE, 1 with the Board of Health. And we'll be able to go ahead and scale based upon what we need to be able to go and meet the needs of our citizens. We have a different mixture that we can use. It's not one size fits all. So we have 3 different types that you'll see in the next slide that we can go ahead and put towards it. One's a full vaccine unit, which can vaccinate to up over 400 individuals. The next one's a lean unit, which can go ahead and vaccinate to about 200 individuals. And the final one is the micro one, that can go up to about 100 individuals. And we have different staffing models for that. But like Jessica said, and like Doug said, we want to make sure we bridge those equity gaps. We want to improve the overall access, getting out to those community partners, working with that over 200 faith-based organizations. I think we're closer to 300 right now, and helping them advocate for us, as well as the other community-based organizations that the equity team that Dr. Rochelle and Jessica Corbett go ahead and lead, along with the services of Doug to facilitate that effort. And then finally, just making sure we talked about that as the pivoting, switching away from asking folks to come to us, and now we're taking it to them. It's taking the fight into the community, and that's what we're looking for in this next piece. We can go ahead and bridge to the next slide. It'll just talk a little bit about what we talked about. I know this is something that Commissioner Arrington was looking for, just a little bit how we have this different mix of vaccination units. And Doug, could you walk us through this?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple things. We do have a vaccine equity group that meets 3 times weekly that has Dr. Paxson and about 12 different members from the community that can help us kind of reach and get targeted as we want to get. And we do continual improvement. If we find out something didn't work, we'll get better. So that team is really good and getting better. We need to get better. But one of our big partners is CORE, and as you can see, CORE by the 10th will give us 10 mobile units. Matt talked about, if you look at the bottom where it says full unit, there's a cost and then a vaccine capability. So we may launch, and like Matt also said, you can look at this like a transformer machine depending on the needs and where we're going to be giving vaccines. So if we're going to a Juneteenth celebration or something, we may launch a full team with the capacity to do 400 vaccines. I do want to reiterate that a mobile unit really are strike teams. We're not a mobile unit that drives up and does stuff. We have to go set up. We have to have observation area. So it's a little bit more complicated than what we're used to with the testing strategy. But what CORE has given us is the ability to send the right size unit and team into an area to vaccinate the right number of people, because we also have to think about vaccine wastage and the like because of cold chain storage. So you see what a full unit looks like at the bottom. A lean unit is 200, and what we call these micro units that are going into some of the downtown towers, into their rec rooms and things like that. So we're always looking for new opportunities and working with our partners in the equity group to find locations and then find the right tool to go in that location. And like I said, this is an area where we're going to get better and better. And also has the launch dates over there on the right where you can see where we've launched up, and that current micro teams 9 and 10 are already working, but they haven't officially been launched yet. And then the Board of Health mobile unit was launched in January. One thing that's not up here is a mobile unit that's working through Tuxedo Pharmacy that has been a great partner, vaccinating over 7,000 people for us in long-term care facilities. So this information's in there. If you got any questions, I'll be glad to answer them by email later, or any questions today. Next slide.
And before we part and bring Dr. Paxton into the conversation, do not have a slide for this, but I just want to go ahead and touch base. One of the requirements of my office is to go ahead and initiate the recovery process. So disaster management is a 5-phase cycle. Starts off with mitigation, prevention, preparedness, response, and it ends with recovery. So we're entering into the recovery phase of this, and we've actually initiated with our state partners, Georgia Emergency Management Agency, Homeland Security, and FEMA, project worksheets to go ahead and start this. We partnered with the Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Whitmore, which you'll hear a lot more during her section of the presentation today. But just wanted to go ahead and touch on 3 main project worksheets that we put forth. One is to go ahead and capture any 2020 costs that were not covered through other means, grant funds or anything else, or general funds. The other piece was to cover any costs that we see in the 2021 year for this response effort. So once again, anything that is associated with testing or vaccination effort is an eligible cost for federal reimbursement. And the final piece is the Mercedes-Benz Center Community Vaccination Center. So to that end, we have a budget of about 11.8, 11.9 million for the Community Vaccination Center. So far, we've been obligated 5.9 million to that effort. A check is being processed through our state partners to be able to go ahead and turn over to county government to be able to go ahead and pay some of the expenses that we have with that as we continue to go ahead and do our recovery effort to that end. And the last thing I want to be able to go ahead and ask the board is just to consider is that make sure that we can continue to have our emergency declaration. It helps us and my team to be able to go ahead and be nimble, to be able to continue to respond. And that's the number one thing is how can we continue to help our citizens to be able to fight this COVID virus as we continue to go through this calendar year and most likely into next calendar year. Yeah. And the final piece is that we have to maintain this emergency declaration in order for us to be eligible for a lot of these recovery dollars. So if we say that we're trying to receive money to be able to say that we are responding to an emergency, but we do not have ourselves in an emergency state, it's going to go ahead and cause us a lot of difficulty as we sit down with our state and federal partners to that end. So please, I ask you, I beg of you to allow us to continue to have emergency declaration to allow us to go ahead and do the things that we need to do in our effort. To that end, I'd like to pass it over to the Chief Operating Officer, and she'll probably moderate the next section.
Now, it's easy to hear you guys and girls, but it would be a lot better if you didn't have those masks on.
I was standing so close to Mr. Schuster, sir, I thought I should keep the mask on.
Good morning, members of the board. It really is a pleasure to see you in person. As my colleagues have expressed before, it's a pleasure to see you in person again, and it's a pleasure to be in Assembly Hall. Just a reminder, Dr. Paxton is with us remotely and available to answer any questions. So the first section, we've completed our presentation on the emergency management section and are ready to take questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, this is the lineup. Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, Vice Chair Hall, Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Morris.
A couple quick things, Matt. I think it was about slide 7 or 8. I didn't make a good note of the number. I just have a couple of questions about numbers. If we could go back to about 7 or 8.
About vaccines, sir, or?
Yeah, I jotted down a number of 446,000 total.
If we could go to slide 7, please.
This one is also, okay. Yeah, this 446,000 total vaccinations. That's countywide, right? And all the sites and all of our partners.
Doug, why don't you step on up, please?
And in connection with that, the next slide or two has the 600 and something thousand number.
But that's, the 400,000 is the Board of Health's auspices. It's not Walgreens, CVS, hospital numbers, so.
Okay.
Or
So that's
private
the-
doctors.
That's the difference. So we have done with all sites in Fulton, we've done 657,000 vaccinations.
That metric on that slide is by zip code. Somebody could have gotten their vaccine anywhere. It's,
In Gwinnett, but they lived in a zip code.
and it goes both ways. It's a hard one to explain, sir, so
You've explained it. It wasn't too hard to explain. And I'm a simple guy, so a simple explanation
Yes,
goes
sir.
a long way with me. Complicated ones lose me. Then slide 12, if we could. Right there. So I want to understand these numbers. On the left, on the white population, we're saying 44% of Fulton County roughly is white. And the orange suggests that we've vaccinated, or 50% of those people have been vaccinated.
It's 50% of the vaccines given at that date. So of the vaccines that have been given in the county on that date, it was 50% of the vaccines delivered.
Okay. Okay, that clarifies it. So 18% of the vaccinations delivered went to the 41% of the population that's African American. Okay, and there is our equity issue.
Yes, sir.
In a nutshell. that
Yes,
we're-
sir.
All the rest of the slides we're trying to address. Thank you for that clarification. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Okay, thank you, Chair, I appreciate that. I just wanted to openly say that I know I've been probably the most vocal when it comes to what I feel is inequity when it comes to, brown and black communities. And the fact that you all went to the no appointment so quickly, I commend you for that. This is an issue that I take to heart, and the reason I take it to heart, I find not only my staff, but myself taking people to get vaccinated. And so it is what it is. If I have to load up 3 or 4 people in my car, or, my staff members have to do it, we do what we have to do. But on that note, I want to say that I appreciate what you all are doing, especially when it comes to the communities of brown and black, because there is a trust issue there. And I spend every day of my life trying to explain why Fulton County should be trusted, that we will do what we need to do in our capacity to make sure those numbers rise. And so I just wanted to openly, in front of my colleagues and the public, thank you all, because you have begun a outreach. I know sometimes it's hard when I have to be vocal, when I have to bring things to you that the community brings to me, but sometimes I'm the person that they trust. They may bring it to you and feel like they don't trust you and bring it to me, but you and I both know that we will work together to make sure they get the resolution that they need. And so what I wanted to say, I am on board making sure that you all have the funds, have the staff, have everything you need to make sure that we not only attack this, but we really do need the numbers in the communities of color to rise. And we may have to think outside the box. We may have to bring in partners, but whatever we need to do to make sure we fight against this wall of distrust, I am on board openly today to let you know I am here to do that hand in hand with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That means a lot. Thank you, ma'am.
Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. As the commissioner that came on board in 2018 advocating for mobile units and finding out that we had literally started a mobile unit graveyard and wanting us to get more for the services and programs that we needed to take to the community. I am really pleased to see the mobile vaccination portion of this presentation. This is outstanding. I must thank you and say and commend you on your work, because I was reading an article the other day that said many government entities and health entities are currently trying to figure out how to downsize the vaccinations because there's so many Americans that have been vaccinated, and of course that creates a lower demand, but there's still a need to continue to vaccinate, and you have made that accessible to our communities by instituting these mobile units, and so thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Just a couple of questions and then a suggestion. On the 12 to 15 age group, sort of two questions. I think you mentioned APS, but I'm curious if we've been in contact with Fulton County Schools as well. And along those lines too, do we anticipate any need to do anything different at our sites to accommodate that age group?
It's a great question, sir. So we actually, if I didn't clearly state that, we are working with Fulton County Public Schools as well as Atlanta Public Schools.
Okay.
Actually, their Chief Nursing Officer, Ms. Len Meadows, is actually a Board of Health representative as well as who we've been dealing with that team, sir.
Okay.
We meet weekly.
All right. And what about the sites? Any adaptation needed?
So right now, what we're doing is working with Children's Hospital of Atlanta. We'd like to leverage some of their expertise and start helping our clinicians know how best to target that age group. One of our locations, we already have CHOA cohabitating with us at the Georgia National Convention Center. So it's easy for us to go ahead and leverage their support. What we're asking them now is to bring some of their expertise to help us at the Mercedes-Benz site as well as our 4700 site to make sure that we're ready for this next wave.
Okay. On the 500, you said that the two sites, North Point and 4700 and GICC, we started walk-ups yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And you're going to cap it at 400. Is that 500? Is that 500 per site or 500 between the two?
500 per site per day, sir. And we can
site
go
per
north
day.
of that. It was just a
Did
good
we
starting
meet
point.
that mark yesterday when we opened up? Or do you have any sense of how much?
Weather-related, we believe. If we're not close, we're going to just open it up without restrictions soon, but we're still giving it a couple days to see. The weather, we were down at all sites yesterday, and we think some of it had to do with weather.
Okay. Do we have any sense of rates of no-show for second doses?
We do have that data. We can provide that to you. We
Okay.
also have a % no-show for first doses as well. We can provide that to your office, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be interested, particularly in the second dose no-shows, and how significant that is. And the municipal partners, have they just been at 4700 and GICC predominantly?
Well, our partners from the northern cities supported the 4700 location. The southern cities provided support for GICC, and the
Right.
city of Atlanta supported the Mercedes-Benz site.
Okay,
sir.
so just the city Atlanta portion would be for Mercedes?
Yes, sir. Geographically, we tried to go ahead
Okay.
and spread that out.
Okay. And just, look, the data, and this is not meant to be critical, but just something for consideration. We've been doing these presentations now for a while in this format, Mr. Manager and and Madam Chief Operating Officer. Just a suggestion, maybe with some of this data, it could be, without you presenting it to us, we've seen these charts kind of over and over, we kind of know what they are. Maybe we don't need to kind of go through them in their entirety going forward, and we could just open it up for questions if there are. I'll leave that to y'all for consideration, so.
I think we'll certainly look into that. Commissioner Ellis, thank you for that recommendation. I think now that we're in person too, there may be an opportunity to reduce the number of slides and allow commissioners to review it at their leisure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Hausman.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to follow up on the walk-up vaccinations. Are we advertising that we now have walk-up appointments or non-appointments at the two other sites?
Yes, ma'am, great point. We are actually doing that through the media as well as our social media partners, and our communications team has been pushing it out as well. So.
Okay, well, that was new information to me this morning, so I just encourage you to double down on that.
Yes, ma'am.
So that people know. I put it on my social media just a minute ago, but it was new information to me as well. And then as far as the slides go, while we may not need to go through each one in detail, I think it's great for the public to see that information. So I would encourage us to continue to provide it, whether we go through it, line by line or not, but at least have it available for the public to review.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, and good job. Keep it up. You're making us look good.
All right, thank you. Madam CO, Fulton County Government Reopening Plan.
Just before we switch over, Mr. Chairman, are there any questions for Dr. Paxton? She's available.
She's experiencing a lag, so.
All right, any questions for Dr. Paxton?
Okay.
All right, not, continue, Madam CO.
Thank you, folks. I appreciate the opportunity.
Next slide, please. Next. Commissioners, Doug Schuster has finally given me the green light to turn all of our county reopening indicators to green. Next slide, please. And so that represents a positive trend with respect to the total number of positive cases, as well as our ability to test and our ability to acquire and have available personal protective equipment for the public that comes into our facilities, as well as our employees. Next slide. We're continuing to report the total number of Fulton County employees that have tested positive for COVID-19 over a 2-week basis. Over the last 2 weeks, we've had a total of 6 employees test positive, 2 in the tax assessor's office and 1 in the tax commissioner, Superior Court General, Probate and Emergency Services departments. Next slide. That brings the total number of Fulton County employees reported positive since we've been measuring this to 355 employees. Again, we are celebrating the reduction in the rate of positivity that we are seeing across our county, in our nation, and it's reflected here in the numbers for our COVID positive employees as well. Next slide. Commissioners, Mr. Herman and his team, with the support of the executive team, have put in place an incentive program for vaccination of our workforce. And that program has started, and as of May 1, we have updated numbers on applications, approvals, and who will be receiving the incentive payment on May 14th. We've had a total of 1,454 employees apply. And when I say apply, they are applying at the point when they receive their second dose. So both doses are required for the application. We've approved 1,354 of those, which represents approximately 30% of our workforce fully vaccinated. We're very excited about that, and we are excited to have this program continue so that employees will have an incentive other than being fully vaccinated to go ahead and take advantage of the vaccine. Next slide. Commissioners, our timeline for reopening includes phase 2, where we emphasized reopenings of our libraries for 2 days a week as the major reopening that happened on May 1st. As you recall, we also returned to our internal services. Returning to 141 was also a big portion of that phase of reopening as well. They did come back in a hybrid format where part of the staff would remote work some days of the week and others would be on site. But the highlight of our May 1 opening was the opening of our libraries. That happened yesterday for the first day since Tuesday was the first day of our library opening. And I wanted to give you a quick highlight of some of the things that we saw and learned on our first day open. We had a lot of successes. In fact, our 3 libraries with the highest participation on our first day of opening were Sandy Springs with 360 patrons taking advantage of our opening, Roswell with 179 patrons taking advantage of our opening, and Ponce at 159. But many of our libraries outside of those top three had patrons take advantage yesterday. We do believe that, again, as it impacted our vaccinations, that the weather impacted the launch of our reopening of the libraries as well. We think it could have been much more successful had we opened on a sunnier day, as it were. We did experience some technical difficulties with some of our equipment being mothballed for so long, and so we're proud of the fact that we took a phased approach to library openings so that we can work with the staff and the public and our IT department to address some of those challenges. The public computers are still not working at Milton, Northwest, and MLK. IT is working, again, with our library staff to address those things, and we thank you for your patience and the patience of the public as we work through these reopening challenges. But other than those challenges with IT, I'd say we had a successful opening of our library yesterday and look forward to increasing those days as we work out the kinks. Next slide. Today, we're going to focus on what I'm calling our Phase 3 reopening. And the major events within that is an area where this commission has a huge amount of interest, and that's with our senior services. We thought it would be helpful to provide an update on the landscape of what our regional partners are doing in terms of reopening of senior centers. And we actually have some updated information from what you see on your screen. Fully open, we have talked to Athens Clark, which is not immediately adjacent to Fulton, but they are fully open. And they have opened their senior centers to services to their constituents. Cherokee County is also, for all intents and purposes, fully open. The one thing that they are restricting in Cherokee County is they haven't returned to taking trips with their seniors. Third, Fayette County also is open, fully open for all intents and purposes. The thing that they are limiting in Fayette County is the total number of participants in registered programming so that they can achieve social distancing. So we do have some counties that are neighboring counties that are fully open. In terms of partially open, as you see there, Cobb has a limited opening of its gym and then began registration for some classes on the 3rd. Forsyth has one center open for in-person services 2 times a day, so again, some sort of hybrid partial opening. We've also learned that Clayton County is in this column of being partially opened, and they're focused on a socially distanced congregate dining services as their first group of services that they'll offer to seniors. The senior centers that continue to remain closed in our neighboring counties are ones in DeKalb County, but they're emphasizing heavily their online programming. Gwinnett remains closed, Rockdale, and then one that's not up there is Douglas County. Next slide, please. Our Senior Services Department has worked over the last several weeks with the executive team, with DREAM, with IT, to come up with a phased reopening plan for Fulton County Senior Services. And much like our neighboring counties, we will be taking slow, responsible steps to reopening our senior centers. We do want to make sure that we acknowledge that is some of the most vulnerable of our community, but we also want to celebrate the fact that they were the first to be vaccinated. And so we do have a lot of interest from our senior community in our services, and they would like to see our senior centers back open so that they can resume activities and interaction with each other. So I want to congratulate Ladisa, who is the Director for Senior Services, on a very thorough plan that she has developed working with DREAM and IT. And I'm going to ask Dr. Rochelle, who leads that group, to walk us through the phased reopening steps that the team has come up with.
Thank you, Anna. Pamela Rochelle, Deputy Chief Operating Officer. First, regarding the plan, I'd like to highlight 3 main pillars. One is safety. The other is engagement with seniors and getting their thoughts and input into this process. And The third is ensuring that we have the programs to continue to combat social isolation. So these four steps are highlighted here. The first is really just about preparation, looking at the facility, reassessing where we want to go with the participants as it relates to their care, and working with DREAM on a variety of facility issues. Number two is the return of the deployed staff who have worked really hard throughout the county, throughout the pandemic, to provide support in other areas like vaccines. This also includes focus groups. The Department of Senior Services has worked very hard to engage seniors in this process so that they understand what is going on, that they have an opportunity for their voice to be heard, and so that Senior Services creates an experience that helps them to feel safe and comfortable. And so 4 of those focus groups have already happened, and the remaining 3 will happen by the end of the May. We are also resuming nutrition and transportation services in those facilities, providing transportation to the facilities for those that need that support, and also enlisting the input of many of our other stakeholders. In step number 3 is where we have limited access. And so what this will look like for seniors who have enjoyed our programs over the years are congregate dining days, taking small steps to bringing back our neighborhood senior centers and our adult day participants into the facility to enjoy fellowship and meals. We are also going to have a participant reorientation. So much has changed due to COVID, and we want to ensure that seniors know what to expect and what will be happening as it relates to their health and safety and programming in those facilities. We will also test a curbside meal test. As you know, the board was so gracious to provide support for emergency meals in a curbside service early in the pandemic. We're going to resume a curbside type of meal option for seniors as we move into full access, which will also provide full meal service in the facility. But this will be a small step toward that. And then we will also have reservations for the gym and open swim. Finally, full access will resume in August with on-site classes, meals. We will also continue with our virtual programming. Many of our seniors have enjoyed that. We have been able to reach many more seniors who simply aren't quite ready to come back to the facility, so that option will still be available. And throughout this process, we will continue to monitor all of the information that Matt and Doug have provided, as well as customer satisfaction and our hygiene protocols.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. So I wanted to close this section with just a briefing with the board on what the critical success factors are for our plan to reopen senior centers. Dr. Rochelle touched on this in her comments, but the redeployment, the redeployed staff returning to the HHS cluster departments will be critical to making this work. As you recall, for our elections effort, there was a push to re-engage employees in HHS to support that effort. They also were redeployed to support the tax commissioner's offices reopening, as well as vaccinations. And so we have still approximately 100 employees that are deployed to various different departments to support those efforts while our senior centers and libraries were closed. And so getting that staff back into the HHS cluster and supporting those functions with temporary staffing is something we are working on now that we hope to have achieved by May 17th. So getting that further down the path is going to be critical to the success. The second bullet there is the vaccination pace. Now, the president of the United States, Joe Biden, as well as the CDC director, has talked about this goal of getting to 70% vaccine population by July 4th. Currently, nationally, it looks like we're at about 30%, and that is reflected here in Georgia, and actually we're performing slightly above that here in Fulton County as well. So if we continue to see the pace of vaccinations get us to the place where we can have more vaccinated individuals within our community, that's something we'll be watching closely, as well as we look to fully provide access to our seniors in August. And same with the infection rate. It's something that we look at as a measure for our gating criteria. And it's also something that we will be looking at, making sure that we have that steady below 5% infection rate within Fulton County, and that will inform our reopening of senior services as well. Next slide. Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the end of our reopening section. Dr. Rochelle and I are in person to answer any questions about reopening the senior centers, and I believe Ladisa is available virtually as well.
Thank you, Madam COO. Vice Chair Hall, followed by Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you. Great work, Anna and team. On page 28, the redeployed staff return, I just wanted to know, out of how many total employees is this for arts, BHDD, library, and senior services? Because how many employees does arts have right now if there's only one person that is redeployed?
Yeah, so I wanted to make sure, and I probably should have noted this on this chart. These are staff who within the departments that are redeployed to other departments. So these are the staff that we will be looking to bring back into each of these departments. Okay. I'm sorry, I should have been clear about that. And I don't, off the top of my head, have the employee counts for each of these. Kenneth Herman is here, he might. Kenneth? He's looking it up. Do you want us to provide it to you in writing, Commissioner Hall?
Yes, that would be great.
Be happy to do that.
Just showing, the total number of employees, and then how many of those employees are currently working and are going to be redeployed.
Okay, we will do that.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes, thanks. Just really quick question on slide 24, which speaks to, our vaccination efforts among our employee base. What's our total employee population at the moment?
4,400 and change.
4,400. So as a percentage then, from what we know of, this is this 1256.
1256 are the employees that have been approved and will receive payment in May 14th. I suspect that is happening on a rolling basis, which explains the difference between the number approved and the number that will receive payment on May 14th.
Okay, but it's not much more.
No.
I guess I just, we're around 30% here on this page, which not statistically that much higher than what we are in the rest of the population. I was a little bit surprised at that based upon kind of particularly some employee population groups that we would have vaccinated early.
Exactly.
Health, public safety, et cetera. So I guess I would be interested in if there's a way for us to maybe get a routine sort of update on this, maybe, weekly, and give us a report, kind of where we're at on it. I think it would be good to know.
We'll be happy to do that, Commissioner.
And, kind of along with that, are we doing anything, other efforts beyond this that y'all have thought about to encourage vaccination amongst the employee groups?
The incentive program has been our primary vehicle. The $150 incentive payment is our primary vehicle, but I think that is something that we can continue to discuss, additional ways to incentivize our employees. I think that is something we can continue to take a look at.
And we don't really have a way to tell, and maybe we don't want to, by sort of, kind of service area, what kind of traction we're getting. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe
we do have that information, but given the sensitivity of the medical data, I think Kenneth is keeping it close to vest.
Okay, and then lastly, it's not exactly related to this, and maybe it was said earlier, but I don't think it was. I think it maybe had been noted at a prior meeting. I know there was some discussion that we were, at some point in time, going to go do vaccinations at the jail. Has that occurred yet?
I do believe that effort has begun,
Okay.
Fulton. We
Okay.
can get you a summary report on the progress of our vaccination effort at the jail.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize because I meant to bring this up to the county manager, Dick, but unfortunately I forgot. My staff did receive, my office did receive a couple of employee concerns with the glitching when they went to put in for the incentive. So I don't know if that could be throwing your numbers off, but it is definitely something you may want to look into. They would say upon 1 or 2 tries, it would still be at the screen as though they hadn't put in their email address and employee ID number. And so they didn't know if it actually took or not. And so I meant to, I apologize, Dick, I meant to bring that to your attention, but I just wanted to let you know just in case, because you never know.
Thank you, Commissioner Rahman. We'll ask Glenn Melendez, our CIO, and Ken Herman to take a look at that and make sure it's working smoothly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam COO, continue. Or who's
That's
next?
it for my section,
That's
Mr. Chairman. I'd like to hand it over to the CFO at this point.
All right, Madam CFO, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sharon Whitmore, Chief Financial Officer. We do have our standing report for you today on our emergency response reserve updates and our recovery funds plan. Next slide, please. Next slide. Commissioners, as of April 30th, with regard to the emergency response reserve that we set aside in the general fund, we have committed 38.9 of the 45.7 million, leaving 6.8 being unobligated, and 6.9 has actually been paid out year to date. Most of the payments still are related to the receipt of goods and services that we had ordered in 2020 that were provided in 2021 and paid for in 2021. And then it's rounded out with expenditures across the board in every other category. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. With regard to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP 1, we have, through April 30th, expended a total of $900,000, 600 that for rental assistance, 400 in utility costs, and 300,000 in administrative costs. So we have 17.1 remaining, 14.6 of that is in the rental assistance, a little under $1 million remaining in utility assistance to expend, and then 1.5 remaining in our admin costs. Next slide, please. We did today want to represent this information to the board in advance of the mayor's meeting that's scheduled for later this week to remind the board of the total amount of fiscal recovery funds that will be coming as direct payment to the county, as well as payment to the cities within the county. As you all know, the county is estimated to receive $206.3 million in the local fiscal recovery funds, while our cities, our 15 cities, are estimated to receive $331.7 million. So that's a total $538 million infusion into the county that will be available to expend over the next 4 years. Next slide, please. This next slide, again, is the details of the estimated allocations for the county as well as each of the cities. You can see the county is listed there for the $206 million. The 3 cities that are identified as entitlement cities, Atlanta, Roswell, and Sandy Springs, are in line to receive around $207 million between the 3 of them. And then the remainder of the cities are estimated to receive an additional $124 million for the total of $538. Next slide, please. Again, we shared this concept with the board back in March, that the recommendations that we would bring forward would be focused more on the countywide type activities that the county already has some responsibility for, while allowing our municipal partners the opportunity to focus on very specific or unique community needs that they may have within their jurisdictions. Next slide, please. We did want to just re-summarize for the board the recommendations that we have presented to you previously. Not really planning to spend a lot of time on these today, but just to remind the board that we had recommended a response around these 3 primary areas. Our health response, $71 million, to be able to provide for vaccination support, including the funding that will be needed to support the MBS Magazine prior to receiving reimbursement from FEMA, as well as a communication program, and then setting aside some funds to be able to really improve our basic health infrastructure, primarily in the behavioral health area, in that particular sense. In the operational stability area, we had recommended $131.5 million to support activities related to pandemic proofing our county facilities, a premium pay program for employees, a significant court backlog project, as well as some additional information technology investments to continue our ability to support both virtual programming and our continued support of employees who are still working remotely. And then also all of the purchases and everything that we carried forward from 2020. And then in the community needs category, we had recommended $68.5 million to cover rental assistance, our safety net services, a mortgage assistance program, a long-term revolving loan program, as well as an artist grant and a small business grant, funding to address food insecurity, funding to address adult job training, and then funding to address a youth job training, like the youth summer job training program. And then lastly, we had identified about $68 million in contingency that we would hold primarily in order to ensure that the funds that we expend on vaccination support and anything specifically related to the direct health response associated with the pandemic, that we would be seeking reimbursement from FEMA on, that we would have that contingency in place to cover those costs in the event that the FEMA reimbursement does not actually materialize. Next slide, please. This next slide is provided specifically to address premium pay. We did receive some communication from outside counsel around the recommendation that we had initially presented for premium pay, and based on the guidance that we've received from outside counsel, which I believe the county attorney shared with the board, we are recommending that we hold at the moment the premium pay plan recommendation until we see the actual Treasury guidance to ensure that what we recommend and the manner in which we recommend it will pass the Treasury guidance test. We did include on this slide what the basic criteria are. The fiscal recovery plan section of the American Rescue Plan legislation does provide for premium pay for eligible workers. It does allow for an amount up to $13 per hour and a not to exceed of $25,000 for any single worker. It allows for eligible workers to be designated by your chief executive officer, and they can be defined as employees who are necessary for continuity of operations or to support essential infrastructure. Again, as of this morning, the Treasury had not released their specific guidance for the use of the local fiscal recovery funds, and so we are really recommending we pause on anything formal around premium pay until we receive that official guidance and can make sure that ultimately what we do decide passes the Treasury requirements. Next slide, please. Excuse me. This next slide is again our next steps. These are very similar to what were presented at the last two meetings. Of course, we will continue our response effort within the resources that we have available in our Emergency Expense Reserve Fund while we await receipt of further federal funds and also confirmation on our FEMA reimbursement request. And then we also plan to validate our use case recommendations against the Treasury guidance when it's received, and also allow for outside counsel review of those recommendations. They have been forwarded to outside counsel, and they are already looking at them. And then these last steps are the same as what we presented at the last meeting. We'll continue to make sure that we're ready to execute with our nonprofit and other partners when the funds are received, continue to build out any operational plans for major programs, develop the program parameters around the grant and summer youth programs. And as Mr. Kallmeyer mentioned during his comments, we'll continue our work with AFCEMA, FEMA, and GEMA on our FEMA reimbursement application process to ensure that we are able to receive reimbursement for the funds that we're expending in support of the vaccination program. And then we'll continue to update the board at each meeting as we move forward on the use of all of these funds. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready for any questions.
Thank you, Madam CO, Strikehead, CFO. Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Hausman, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Morris.
Actually, come back to me because I forgot my question.
All right. Okay. Commissioner Hausman.
I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we had a really good a meeting with the mayors on the agenda prep in preparation for our meeting on Friday last week. And a couple of the items that you've gone over were asked to be on the agenda, of course. And one of them was the rental assistance program. So if you could go back to that slide, I think we need to provide an explanation as to how we're at this point. With $18 million to spend and only 17.1 having gone out the door, I think that's relevant to our discussions with them on Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
That was my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think it's okay for me to admit this, that we are all surprised. It is the next slide. I think we were all surprised in implementing this process at what it took for our constituents to reach completion in terms of uploading the information required by Treasury to have a complete application that could be funded. I think most of the delay could be explained by that. It's the case management work that it's taking to get people to fully complete their applications. I think also contributing to that is the fact that we don't have enough staff on board to help us adjudicate those applications. And so we have solved for that in that we have engaged a company to provide 100 additional adjudicators. That company is now fully on board, and we expect our adjudications to double, if not triple, in the next coming weeks. And so I think that we are aware that these numbers are slow, but we have solved for the adjudication process. Many more of the applications are now farther along because we've case managed them. And the only thing I'd like to say in conclusion is that this issue of adjudication and completion of applications is not unique to Fulton County. I have been in almost daily conversations with the state. They're having the same issues, and we have a biweekly regional call with all of the direct recipients of ERAP for the state, and they are all experiencing the exact same thing. I think one of the things that we can be proud of as a county is that we were literally first out the door in terms of making the funds available for applications to come in for, and so we're slightly ahead of our partners, I'd say, in implementing our process. So that was a very long answer to your question, Commissioner Hausman, but I hope I have given a full appreciation for everything that has gone into it, why the delay was caused, and that we have a plan to address it. And all of that will be discussed with the mayors.
Okay, great. I agree. I've read multiple articles also about things happening in other parts of the country and the issues with complying with the regs, which is what you're talking about in other areas also.
Absolutely.
So as far as we know at this point, any new money that we get in addition to this, the requirements are going to be similar.
The requirements will be similar. In fact, we've gotten new word that they are not going to make ERAP 2 available until you expend ERAP 1. Is that not right, Sharon? So, yeah. So we understand the importance of doubling down on our adjudication efforts to get our payments out the door, because that is sort of the gateway to receiving our second tranche of funding as well.
And then one more question on this particular topic. So you brought on a new group to assist, yes, and you're working through it. Do you have an estimate of, say, in the next 2 weeks, how much more money might actually go to the intended recipients?
We started to do that calculation based on our discussions with the firm. Let me pull a memo together and circulate it with the board. I'm not comfortable sharing what we came up with just yet.
If you could do that by
Yes,
Friday,
ma'am,
that would be very helpful to
Yes,
our
ma'am,
discussion. So, all right, thank you. And then we also really had a great discussion, preliminary, of course, on the fact that we are getting, over $500 million countywide. I don't remember your number right now. It is 538 countywide, and how we can make sure that we cover the needs. We don't duplicate some that the cities will do, and we don't omit some that they may not do. So the cities were or the mayor representatives of the cities were very open to having that conversation. So that's part of what they want to talk about on Friday. And to prepare for that, they did ask for us to send them in advance these 3 areas that we've already identified. So Madam Clerk, if you would please make sure that that gets out to them so they can look at it. But I think we'll have a very robust conversation on Friday. But there are things that, like, they can't do anything with the court backlog. We know that, right? And there's other things that we know we do on a daily basis with our safety net programs that it doesn't make much sense for them to take those over. But they may be better at servicing small businesses in their cities. I mean, there are things that naturally they probably can do more efficiently than we can. So I think that we can not make the mistakes we made in the first go-round, and on the front end of this one, start off with open dialogue and a plan in place of how we're going to address all the needs that are out there with the resources we have to maximize that. So if we could get them what we've preliminarily laid out, I think that'd be a great basis to start that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're looking forward to that conversation. We wanted to review this deck with the board before providing it to the mayors, which is why you see that we went through it today, and we plan on providing it to the clerk to send to them.
Great, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Commissioner Morris, you ready?
Yeah, my memory's been restored, thank you. Yeah, I was struck by how little we'd expended. I mean, this need is just, it's just been out there, and these folks are are struggling with the eviction notices and the utilities that want to cut them off and everything else, and we just can't get that money out there. I'm involved in a little bit. It's just a treasurer who wrote a check from a nonprofit to, and of course they don't have the government red tape, and they're getting the money out to folks right away, and to the landlords right away. And I hope that we can really speed that up. And in that connection, really, this was going to be my point. If we've learned anything here through the rental assistance program, if indeed we're going to do mortgage assistance with some of this money, maybe we've learned a little bit from this about how to speed that up, because that one may be even more costly to folks. I don't know that there are eviction moratoria, that mortgage foreclosure moratoria like there are eviction moratoria. So if we can speed that mortgage assistance up, if we've learned anything from this, that would be terrific too. Thanks.
It would be. What we know about mortgage assistance that's going to come from the federal government at this point, Commissioner Morris, is that it's going to go to the state. And so we are really looking forward to getting more information about how the state plans to administer that program, whether it will subgrant to counties for us to administer or whether they will directly administer. So we're looking forward to that information as well. And we're also looking forward to implement learnings from rental assistance if we're going to run that program.
Are you suggesting that the money we receive is not going to be used at all for mortgage assistance? I thought in some of the preliminary looks we were going to do that.
I think we did earmark some, but before moving forward with our program, we were waiting to see how the state would administer the funding that it received, which will be significantly more than, I think, $10 million that we had preliminarily set aside.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, thank you. So we have not actually received any funds yet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Sort of in the envelope of kind of our expenditures, are we more fronting this from a cash flow standpoint at the moment?
The emergency rental assistance funds, we actually have received
Right.
those,
Got those
from,
funds.
yes. And as a matter of fact, today we did, on the emergency rental assistance, we did receive the application for the ERAP 2, although we won't receive those funds until we've fully expended what has already been provided. So we do have this $18 million
For that.
in hand. Yes, sir.
Right. What about the other stuff there? Are we basically right now, are we generally fronting on the other stuff?
Yes, we are providing the resources for everything else that's being done at this point out of that $45 million that we set aside at the beginning.
So essentially,
of the year.
we're using the general fund at the moment to borrow from.
Yes, until we receive the fiscal
So
recovery
I just want to make
funds.
that point, is like, we don't actually have these funds in hand at the moment. We're utilizing our own and seeking reimbursement. Can you go back to that municipal allocation slide again? And I just want to, maybe it's right, but I just think it might be worth double checking, particularly before we get to our meeting on Friday. No, the one that had the various.
Right, go forward, one more.
Cities located.
Yeah, one more. You want that by city?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go back one. There you go.
It just, the numbers for Roswell and Sandy Springs relative to their population just doesn't look right to me. Anyway, maybe they're right, but it's sort of counterintuitive that the two of them would be getting a third less sometimes, or less than half than what cities of a smaller size would. So I don't know if that's worth going and just go back and verifying.
These estimates were taken from, I believe, the NACO website, and I believe we also got a different correspondence from GFOA that showed where these estimates came from.
Okay. Anyway, well, just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I don't know, maybe want to verify with those cities that that's what they actually are receiving. That's enough on that. I guess going back to this ERAP, apartment stuff, or mortgage, the rental stuff, how much of this, I mean, is, if you had to sort of weight a percentage of this, is the requirements versus our staff? I don't mean to put you on the spot on this, but I think it's, it's a frustrating point. I mean,
I think it's both. I don't know if it's 50-50, our staff capacity versus the completeness of applications, but certainly we found that we are struggling with both.
okay. So can you give us a sense of like what of the requirements? So this is like, just so people understand it, right? This is not like, I'm so-and-so, I live in such and such, I got 6 months of rent that's due because, I was laid off in such and such, right? I mean, that, just because you can't just say, I've got a need and I lost my job, right? I mean, it's much more extensive than that. So can you give people sort of a sense of kind of what this process looks like and what the federal requirements are?
Yeah, I'll ask Dr. Rochelle to come up, but we're seeing things, because she is handling this day to day, but we're seeing things like, my lease is not in my actual name, or it's in, it's in somebody else's name, and we have to work through situations like that. But I'll let Dr. Rochelle talk about the specifics of what she's seeing in terms of challenges.
Okay.
Thank you, Anna. So Commissioner Ellis, to your question, one of the main requirements, of course, is a lease. The things that we see is that the lease is not signed, the lease is not current, a lease was not ever uploaded for income, which is a real barrier. Piecing together their income, depending on the type of job that they had, getting attestations if they, for example, work for cash only, did not have checks. We have to follow all of the protocols for attestations for all of those pieces. If there are other adults in the house that make up the income, it's not just the applicant. So if anyone over 18, we have to have all of the income in the home for everyone. We have to go through that same process of piecing together every name on the lease. We have to have employment or other documentation to support income for every single name on the lease. What we also find is that the names on the lease don't match the names that the applicant put in the application portal. We have to then go back and work through that. We also are required to get all of the documentation for utilities. If it's arrears, we need proof that no other payments were made. We need all of the current proof of utilities. The utilities need to be in the name of the applicant, which is also a challenge in some cases. So those are some of the issues that we've seen. We have had issues where applicants upload a blank piece of paper just to get through the submission. And so when we get to their application, there's actually no documentation in the application. But the team has really tried to work through all of this with the tenants. And then on the landlord side, we surprisingly have landlords who, for other reasons, don't want to comply with the process. They have had other challenges with a tenant, and they simply want the eviction process to ride out. They've refused our funds, which they can do. In those cases, we do offer alternatives for that tenant to try to rehouse them elsewhere. We also have landlords that the tenant thought they knew their email address. We find out that it's wrong. We then have to try to go back in and connect that landlord so that they can provide their corroborating information regarding that tenant's status. And so those are some of the challenges that the case managers have been facing, and really wanting to make sure that, according to the now 3 rounds of Treasury guidance that we've received for this program, that we're following each of those components, because some of those components tie back to the quarterly reports.
Okay. Has there been either, I don't know, you said we've been in conversations, and Ms. Roach, that you've been in conversations with other folks that are, doing these programs at state and other and experiencing similar issues. Has there been any discussion about highlighting some of these things that, some of them may be very legitimate requirements, but things that they're really more just obstacles to getting this stuff processed, and highlighting that to the feds and sharing that information?
That has not been a part of our conversations, Commissioner Ellis, but it is an interesting point that I can raise on our next regional call. Because if we're all sharing the same challenges, perhaps
Right.
a joint correspondence to the feds about the challenges would be helpful.
And on the landlord, so I guess that's an important point too, is that for this process to work, basically it's a three-party process, right? It's us as the administrator and the landlord and the tenant. If we had any, and I guess on this too, this is more of an ask as well, an ask on the landlord side, particularly with, maybe some of these trade associations, like Land Apartment Association, something like that, some feedback from them and anything that they can do to encourage their members to help us, collectively, kind of get through this process. I know that's not capturing all the folks that are going to be applying, but seems like it would be a decent overlap. So we anticipate on a mortgage front that there will be a state program. That's the anticipation right now.
We're not sure how the state
Okay.
is going to administer it. We do know that they will be receiving the funds.
The state will be receiving the funds.
Yes.
We're not sure how they're administered. We're not sure about what the requirements are.
Correct.
Very likely that they may have requirements that are some of the things that we're talking about right now, right? Okay. So I think that's a very important part of this whole process, is that people hear these funds are out there, they should just be able to get out the door. But, okay, well, maybe we do have some, part of the process in terms of the way we're adjudicating them. But a big part of this is there are, significant requirements that have to be met for you to receive the funds.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's important for all our citizens to understand. I want to ask about the compensation slide that was outlined here on the premium pay. And maybe it's a question for our county attorney. But I guess it's just as I read this, as the act is written right now, and based upon, I guess, the reading of some advice we got from outside counsel on this, let's say we wanted to have just a lump sum payment to all employees, a subset of employees or whatever. As it's written right now, that would not be permissible under the act. Is that a fair statement? Okay. So it looks like, in reading the advice we've received, that the premium pay piece would have to be for some set of eligible employees, which would be defined somehow, right? Some set of essential workers of some sort. Correct. So that would be the eligible group. Up to $13 per hour for work performed. Correct. Going forward, going performed, as opposed to not going backwards, performed. Okay. So that's the piece from a compensation standpoint that would be eligible. $13 per hour for work performed for essential workers, recognizing that there's still not quite clear guidance as to what essential workers might be under this. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
But recognizing that ultimately the treasury items could be more minimal.
Madam County Attorney, is your microphone on? Madam County Attorney? I think there can only be 4 open at a time. I think I heard that correctly.
Yeah, come on up.
Is that right? Only 4 open at a time. Mine's always on, so that means 3.
Yes, as currently written,
Okay.
but recognizing that the guidance from Treasury could be more liberal than the
Okay.
actual language.
Right. So we're in a generally a holding pattern in terms of how do you would quantify and qualify what a pay, any sort of pay might look like.
Correct, if you want to use American Rescue Plan funds.
Okay. All right. And last, one of the things I want to highlight in this is, you know, in particular because it was a point of frustration with CARES. I do think we did a very good job of mobilizing, getting CARES Act money out quicker in some regards, partly because there were not as many requirements on some of these things is what we see in this. But there are, and we all want to see business relief, right? And I asked this before, and I don't think anything has been sent out, at least, or publicized on our sites and so forth. I'm not sure if Select Fulton put something out or not. I didn't see it. But I do think it's important to put something out there and make a big deal about it for all of the businesses in our communities, right? So there are 3 programs that are open up right now. There were, I think, $7.25 billion worth of PPP money, which was outstanding. And the deadline for that was recently extended to May 31st, as I understand it. So there are funds still out there. Eventually, I guess maybe they could continue to extend them. They extended this, I believe, from the end of March to the end of May. So there are funds there. I think it's important that we get that information out. More significantly, I believe this week, this Restaurant Revitalization Fund, which is the restaurant term is, it's much more broad than that, you know, in terms of what qualifies. That's now open, and it's got $28.6 billion in that program. And I think in the first 3 or 4 weeks of that, it is only open to certain types of businesses. Just reading from their site, during this period, the SBA will fund applications where the applicant has self-certified that it meets the eligibility requirements for a small business owned by women, veterans, or socially and economically disadvantaged individuals. And it has examples of that below in their guidance. So that program's out, it's open, you know, right now, and I think that's particularly important that we get that publicized throughout our business communities, because that is going to be the quickest source of funds that they can see, one of the quickest sources of funds that they can see. And I believe most of those are in a grant format, so to speak. And then lastly, information on these EIDL grants. I think that was opened up, an additional $15 billion was opened up on that on April 6th. So there are significant amounts of funds which are accessible. If there are ways which we can help sort of publicize that and make that known throughout our business communities, and or, you know, through Select Fulton or others, help provide any assistance in those regards for seeking those funds, I think that is a critical service that we could play for our small business community. So those were the remarks I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you, Chair. My first question would be to Sharon. Between the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan, which one was the most restrictive, or is the most restrictive?
Without receiving the full guidance from Treasury, I'm not sure that I could answer that just yet.
As of today?
Yes, ma'am.
Without receiving any additional guidance. Well, let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase it so you can answer it correctly. The CARES Act required you to go by what guidelines and offered, what flexibility did it offer you or the county manager or as far as the implementation of the funds and what was to be done with the funds and what the set of rules were. The CARES Act, was it restrictive in that respect?
The way the CARES Act was rolled out, Commissioner, they provided you like 3 broad reasons that you could use the funds for. And then Treasury released an FAQ that answered very specific question. And so the restrictions came from the combination of those 2 things. The American Rescue Plan is similarly structured in that it has delineated 3 or 4 broad uses of the funds, and we have been advised that there will be guidance released from Treasury that will provide more specifics around allowable uses of the funds.
Okay, let me ask you this. So the CARES Act, would I be correct in my assessment of the CARES Act was more restrictive? It did not give you all leadway for certain things. You had to go by a strict set of rules in order for the CARES Act funding?
The CARES Act was restrictive in the sense that it had to be related to responding to the pandemic, to the COVID-19 pandemic, and it did define essential, like emergency essential type services.
And is that the same with the rescue, with the rescue plan, the American Rescue Plan?
The rescue funds are structured to allow local governments to use the funds to respond to continue to respond to the pandemic. It does have some specific things that you cannot use the funds for. Like, for example, there is a section in there that talks specifically about premium pay. There is a section in there that talks about local governments being able to use the funds to support economic development, assistance to businesses, and things like that. But it's still, in a broad sense, it's not detailed. We can't use the funds to reduce taxes. So we can't take the money in and use it as revenue to reduce taxes. The guidance is expected to sort of give you the more granular level of allowability around how you intend to use your funds.
Okay.
Yeah, so the CARES Act guidance, it continued to evolve as organizations began to make their plans and spend their funds and report back to Treasury on the use and ask questions. Then Treasury, began to provide answers, and it was very narrow. And then through continued conversation with Treasury, eventually they broadened it somewhat to where it allowed for use in areas like public safety, even if public safety, the individuals were not specifically assigned to a testing location or guarding a quarantine center or something like that. So it started out with these 3 broad categories. Then Treasury released some guidance that really narrowed it, and it was very specific in their guidance. And then over the course of time, they continued to refine that guidance, and it did open up a little bit at the end of 2020, including an extension on the period of time that you had to spend the money.
Okay, let me ask you this. So my understanding would be that it would have been, the CARES Act was more narrow or restrictive. It gave you more specification as to what was eligible and what wasn't eligible. I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly what you're saying.
I guess the best way to answer that is that that specificity evolved over time.
Okay.
Again, the CARES Act, just like the American Rescue Plan, had three, if I remember correctly, there were like three specific stated reasons that you could use the funds. And there was some room for interpreting what those meant, which is really what the Treasury guidelines provided, was the interpretation of what each of those meant. I think when you read the American Rescue Act, because a portion of these funds are focused on recovery, and the section of the act that local governments are receiving their funds is entitled the local government fiscal recovery section. So they're still broad in the sense that they're not listing out every single possible thing that a city or a state or a county or tribal unit of government could come up with to spend the resources, but they're giving you very broad categories.
And when you said broad categories, you're talking about the American Rescue Plan?
Yes, broad categories.
Okay.
In that it says you can provide assistance to business,
Okay.
right? But it doesn't then define whether or not that business had to have had a loss of income, had to have been closed for any period of time. It doesn't define the amount of the resource. It doesn't define whether that resource can be in the form of a loan or should be in the form of a loan or a grant. All of those clarifications are really expected to come through the guidance that that Treasury would provide.
Okay, let me ask you this. Was outside legal guidance sought for the CARES Act?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My final question to you would be this. Have you seen my resolution?
Yes, ma'am, I was reviewing it this morning.
Okay, let me ask you this. The resolution that I have put forth, in the priority areas, is it in any way violating the American Rescue Plan Act, so long as we abide by the act and any guidelines from Treasury or other federal agencies?
As long as we adhere to the guidelines, I wouldn't say that it is outside of the. Well, that's why I said as long as if the caveat is as long as it complies with the Treasury guidance, then as far as the recommendation for a mortgage assistance program, for a youth job training program, for a small business grant program, for employee premium pay, for a arts grant program, I wouldn't say that those in and of themselves are in direct violation of what the rescue plan has set forth. I think what we would have to do is to make sure that as you have detailed them, that the details comply with the guidance that's provided by Treasury specifically, where in cases like the premium pay program, where your recommendation has been a lump sum payment, and we may find that that is not an allowable manner in which to provide a premium pay program. But the provision of a premium pay program in and of itself is not a violation. Does that make sense?
That answers just one final question. So on that note, if you're looking at my resolution, the ultimate guidelines coming from the Treasury Department would be at the, it would be the county manager's decision as far as compliance. If he saw that it was not in compliance, then he would have the final say-so to say, now looking at my resolution, because it has to be in guidelines, not only with the Treasury, but with what the county manager and his duties to follow the guidelines of the Treasury and of the legislation.
Okay, let me step in here for a moment. Ms. Whitmore and Commissioner, if y'all don't mind, can we put a pin on that till we get to the resolution in the interest of time?
Okay, that's fine, no problem.
All right, anything else, Commissioner, at this time?
No, that's fine, Chair,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, all right, Vice Chair Hall, followed by Commissioner Hausman. You want to be heard again? All right, Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, for your questions. That moves me to ask for a report or a list of the restrictions, the funding uses that are allowable. I would like that to be worked on by our county attorney, our county manager, and CFO and county executives as necessary. It needs to include if we have any restrictions as far as spending in the cities inside of Fulton County. And I think that covers it all. I want to go back because the sheriff would like for me to answer a question that was asked earlier about the number of vaccinated inmates. And he said that they're at over 600 inmates vaccinated to date. They're currently using an opt-in model, which means that inmates are asked if they want to be vaccinated, and they can say yes to opt in, but they are going to move to utilizing an opt-out model where inmates who are arriving at the jail will automatically be vaccinated unless they say no, that they don't want it. So that is the report on that. And my question is, I was looking through this portion of the presentation, and I did not see where we addressed the money that we needed to complete the contract for services program grants. Remember, we were to take a portion of the American Rescue Plan funding and utilize it to go ahead and completely cover those nonprofit organizations that did score adequately enough to receive funding, but we ran out. It was depleted before we could do so. I didn't see that in here, but I did see on page, there's no page number, but it is the last page before the question page, where there's a bullet point that says, prepare to execute with nonprofit and other partners as soon as funds are made available. So I guess I need an explanation on that, and is the other portion covered in that?
Yeah, Vice Chair, on the use case recommendation slide, under community needs, the second bullet down, safety net services, that is the funding for the balance of the community service program this year.
Okay, great, thank you.
That's it, Vice Chair?
Yes, that's it.
All right, Commissioner Hausman, one more.
Yes, and just for the public's clarification, the rental assistance program that we received, that was separate from the CARES and the rescue plan, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but we're basing our projections on what we can do in the future on the regs from the current rental assistance program? Or we're presuming that the regs would be similar?
Yes, Commissioner Hausman, yes.
Okay, so the idea that Commissioner Ellis gave about conveying the concerns and the issues and the problems we're having with getting those funds to where they're needed, I think is extremely important. So I encourage you to do that, so that when we do get this next round of funding, we can get it to those that need it. I mean, it's, to me, really frustrating to see those numbers, you know, and we know that there are folks out there that really need that assistance. Hopefully, they're starting to get back to work and things like that, but they've got a big, big hole to fill. So, you know, anything that we can do to streamline the next round of funding that we get, I think would be a benefit. And then I don't know if it was mentioned before, but there's also a bucket of money to support arts programming. I think it's $135 million or something like that. So I would hope that as we are trying to advertise these outside programs that we're not managing, that we would also get that one out there into the arts community so they can take advantage of it.
Other comments or questions at this time? All right, Madam COO.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our COVID update. We can move on to the other items on the agenda at your pleasure.
Okay, it is a little after 1. I will recommend that we recess for lunch and executive session. We have a couple of items of real estate, personnel, and litigation.
So moved.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Cast your votes, please. What? Oh, I'm sorry. During the public comment, this won't take but a minute, public comment section, Ben Howard, the senior advocate, was cut off, and he'd like his statement read into the record. Can we do that quickly? Is he ready? I mean, it's not his, what's his name? Is he ready?
Can you hear me? All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greetings, commissioners. Let me turn, make sure I don't have feedback. Greetings, commissioners, and greetings also to the citizens and voters of Fulton County who are monitoring your county government in action. This election year, Ben Howard, senior advocate, public policy analyst. I urge you to use your influence to encourage the Fulton County Board of Registrations and Elections to come out and boldly against the big lie. Not one voter should stay at home this November or next, thinking that their vote might not or might be stolen. Events for Older Americans Month are being planned without the participation of the Commissioner on Elder Affairs and organizations like the Council of Aging. For their sake, senior citizens in Fulton County, both of these organizations need to be fully functional. It is my belief if their meetings were properly publicized in accordance with Georgia Open Meetings Act, more senior citizens and friends of senior citizens would join in participation. May you continue to have a blessed day. Yours truly, Ben Howard. That so ends the reading of public comments for Mr. Howard.
Thank you. Now on the motion to recess for lunch and executive session, cast your votes, please.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Probably around 1:45, we should resume regular order of business. Thank you.
Test. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to, excuse me, resume the regular order of business without objection. All right, Madam County Attorney, you ready with the items from executive session?
Yes, Chairman. Is there a motion to approve the requests for representation that were identified in items 1 and 2 on the executive session agenda?
All right, properly moved and seconded. Cast your votes, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Next item.
Is there a motion to approve the request for settlement authority set forth in item 3 on the executive session agenda?
Is there a motion? All right, properly moved and seconded. Cast your votes.
And the motion passes unanimously.
I have nothing further.
Nothing further?
No.
Okay, now back to the regular agenda, Madam Clerk.
On the bottom of page 4, 21-0327, purchasing and contract compliance, request ratification of countywide emergency procurements.
I'll move approval. The machine doesn't have it open for me to do that.
Okay, one moment, we've got to go back up. And the vote is open.
Just a minute. Now, we were doing okay, right, we were doing okay this morning, so so we have a motion to approve, and we have at least one speaker, Vice Chair Hall.
No, it was actually myself and Commissioner Hausman in the queue to speak.
Okay, I didn't see, there's only have you, Vice Chair.
But when our clerk changed the system, it wiped us out, and so.
Okay, now I have Vice Chair Hall.
All right, there we go.
Commissioner Hausman.
If you can turn to, there's no page number, but at the top of the page, it says Fulton County Emergency Procurements 4/9/2021 to 4/26/2021. And there is an item on here that says reimbursement of overtime payment for City of Alpharetta officers providing traffic safety and security services at North Fulton COVID-19 testing sites. And I have two questions on this. Did we have any officers provide any overtime anywhere else, like at South Fulton or the Mercedes-Benz site or any other sites? Did we not have officers providing any overtime there? Oh, Mr. County Manager said he can.
Turn the mic on, Mr. Manager.
No, ma'am, we did not. And this was an agreement that we entered into with them back sometime last year for traffic control and security for that site. So they actually provide 24/7.
Great,
coverage.
okay. I just wanted to make sure we weren't leaving anyone out.
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the back of that same page, there's an item called Mercedes-Benz Stadium Mass Vaccination Site Use Agreement. Two questions on this. It was said that FEMA was covering this until around the second week of May. Are they not covering this cost?
No, ma'am. So the way that this works, well, yes and no.
Okay.
We have to expend the funds first, and then we file with FEMA for reimbursement. So that's what this represents, is the expensing of those funds.
Expense first.
Yes, ma'am, until the reimbursement occurs.
Okay, and it simply says COVID-19 in the source. Is that CARES Act funding that you're referring to?
Which one?
You know, the column that says source of funding, it's supposed to be the source of funding. It says just COVID-19, and I'm wondering, is that CARES Act funding?
It could be, I'll let Sharon answer.
Oh, it should say FEMA? Okay.
I'll make that correction.
So can we be a little more careful about indicating where the source of funding's coming from, especially since we are now moving toward the American Rescue Plan funding?
Yes, Commissioner, I will make sure.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, following up on the MBS item, is that 100% reimbursement? Is that what we should expect?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, no further comments. Let's vote, please. The motion is to approve. Madam Clerk?
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Continue.
21-0246, Real Estate and Asset
Is
Management.
your mic on?
Yes. 21-0246, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of a resolution approving a ground lease agreement between Fulton County and Brackham Aviation Management, LLC.
It said Commissioner Ellis made the motion and I seconded and it
All
removed
right,
it.
the motion
and
is
then-
to approve by Commissioner Hall, second.
No, it was originally Commissioner Ellis moved approval and I seconded in the system. We didn't say anything though. But on the screen it says that Khadijah Abdur it's up there, but it's not down here on the screen, on our desk.
Okay, so we were doing great this morning, so what's going on now?
Mr. Chair, it actually shows twice on my screen. It
does.
shows the original and then it shows the second one, which is different.
Yeah, First one shows a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. The second one to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. So now, where are we? Let's start over. All right, is there a motion? All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Any comments, Commissioner Hausman?
Is there going to be any presentation, or should I just ask a question?
There is no presentation.
Well, I just wanted to confirm, it's a 40-year ground lease, and they have 5 years to construct something on the property, or it goes away. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Commissioner.
All right, thank you. That's all I needed.
All right, cast your votes, please.
And the motion passes. Unanimous, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, next item.
On page 5, 21-0329, Human Resource Management requests approval to extend existing contracts to provide comprehensive FMLA administrative services for 120 additional calendar
Move
days.
approval.
All right, motion is to approve by Commissioner Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Questions or comments? Hearing none, cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0330, Real Estate and Asset Management requests approval to rescind an award to furnish all materials, parts, labor, and tools to provide standby on-site commercial appliance prevention maintenance.
Move approval.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Vice Chair Hall. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Ellis. Questions, comments? Hearing none.
Just one.
Commissioner
Q.
Morris.
Yeah, this, of course, is to rescind an award. Where are we with replacing? We're resoliciting, so what happens in the meantime if there's a need?
Sir, so we have a few mechanisms available to us to be able to provide that level of service to
Excuse
the
me, sir.
various buildings
May I
that
ask
need.
y'all, when you're speaking, to lower your mask?
I'm
We can
terribly
hear you,
sorry.
but it's not really clear.
We have a couple of mechanisms at our disposal to be able to provide those services to the various county facilities. One being the simple issuance of requisitions for the basic repairs that are under $24.99. The other is to go to one of our standby construction and repair service contractors to accomplish that work. It's not ideal, but it allows us to continue the provision of service.
Anyone else? If not, cast your vote. Motion is to approve.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0331, Real Estate and Asset Management, requests approval to extend existing contracts to provide continued standby emergency repair and restoration services for an additional 2-month period.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Any questions or comments? Cast your votes, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0332, Real Estate and Asset Management, requests approval of a recommended proposal to provide renovation of the building automation system upgrades, air handling at the Fulton County Judge Ramey T. Powell Juvenile Justice
Move
Center.
approval.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Hausman. Any questions, comments? Hearing none, cast your votes.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, under
I
health.
voted in that. I don't know why it didn't show up. I voted yes.
Okay, so noted. Passes unanimously. On page 6, under Health and Human Services, 21-0333, Public Works, request approval of a change order for an extension of time only to provide construction services associated with the permanent bridge structures located within the Chattahoochee River National Recreation Area.
Second.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Vice Chair Hall. Commissioner Houseman would like to be heard.
Just for the benefit of the public, a brief explanation for the reason for this extension.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Terry Peters, Deputy Director of Public Works. The reason for the extension at this time is to actually put the construction of the bridges in place. It is part of the National Park Service special use permit and some right-of-way agreements that were previously approved. The National Park Service has done a good job of working with us and allowing us to get in these areas so that substantial completion and the completion of the pump station and the associated force main would be reached with no issue according to the contract. But these bridges now, which is part of the overall project, that is what we're looking for, the 119-day extension, which would take place from today on to September 1st.
So it's not a material disruption of some sort due to COVID?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
It was really just making sure that we had in place all the materials associated with the bridges. But as far as the pump station and the force main, those are in place for the most part, and we're looking to conduct testing in the near future.
All right, thank you very much.
Anyone else? Not, the motion is to approve. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0334, Community Development, request approval of a resolution approving the orderly closeout of the Fulton County Business Improvement Loan Program.
Is there a motion?
Move approval with
All right.
discussion.
Motion is to approve by Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, and Vice Chair Hall would like to be heard.
Okay, if you turn to the back, page 2 of 3, the second paragraph, it says the department continues to have a reoccurring audit finding related to the administration of the defunct Business Improvement Loan Program, the loan servicing system loan management software that has been historically used to track the loans went out of business in 2018, and with the exception of 6 of the businesses who received loans from the county, all have been dissolved by the Secretary of State. Of the remaining 6 active businesses, approximately $191,000 in funding is unallocated. And then there's a lot more in here about how we've been audited with these programs. And so my first question is, did Fulton County collect on these loans before the businesses were dissolved?
Pamela Rochelle, Deputy Chief Operating Officer. To my knowledge, there were 37 loans totaling $1.6 million that were originally lent through the Department of Economic Development and a cooperative agreement with an entity called the Economic Development Corporation, which has also since gone out of business. During that time, according to my records, there was little to no collection on those loans, the 23 loans that have now dissolved. Since that time, we have 6 loans that paid in full. We have 6 loans that are active and can continue collections, and we have 2 loans that have offered settlement agreements.
Okay, so we did not collect on those loans before those businesses were dissolved. Are there any future implications to the county if there's an audit from the Office of the Inspector General?
So in consultation with our compliance company, M&L and HUD, we talked through how to not continue to have audit findings. And the recommendation by M&L and HUD was to follow the lead of many other counties in the country who needed to close out their business loan programs that were not continuing to collect because of dissolved businesses. So to that point, we do not expect to have any OIG findings. We do have all of the records and documentation, with the exception of 2 companies that we do not have a record for. According to my records, the loans were established in 2004, and since that time, no other loans were awarded, and the companies that we collected and the companies that have gone out of business, we have records of those, and we do, as I indicated, have the 6 active companies totaling the $191,000 and the 2 companies that have offered the settlement agreements. So we have been advised by HUD and our compliance officers with the orderly closeout that there would be no implications for future funding in a negative way for the county.
So did HUD close this out, or did Fulton County close this out because of the audits?
So actually, the county did not close out the program. The original contracting agency that was providing the loans actually has since also dissolved and went out of business. The company that actually handles the loan payments, which was a national company, has also gone out of business. And so the reason that Fulton County continued to receive the audit findings is because we didn't take the step to actually close the program.
Okay.
So it wasn't based on the collections, it was based on the fact that we had a defunct program and we took no steps to close it officially.
Okay, and when did the HUD compliance period end?
I can get you the last audit that reflected the finding of the non-compliance with the closeout. I can provide that for you, ma'am.
Okay, and I have never seen this come up before, so I'd like to know how many businesses have we literally helped, how much money are we closing out, and historically, how much money have we received and have with the businesses that we've helped?
It was 37. 37, and I do have that list, and I can provide that for you.
Thank
And
you.
the total loan amount was $1.6 million.
Okay, thank you. And if you could list those businesses that we actually helped,
Yes, ma'am.
that would be great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Hausman?
Hi, Dr. Rochelle.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Just real quickly, this has nothing to do with COVID relief funds that we've received. This is HUD CDBG money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All
It's
right.
old money from 2004.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure the
Yes,
public
ma'am.
was aware of that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, the motion is to approve.
And the vote is open. And motion passes unanimously. Under Justice and Safety, 21-0335, Public Defender, requests approval of the renewal of a MOU with the United Way of Greater Atlanta to support and select group of chronically homeless individuals released from the Fulton County Jail, providing transitional housing and case management.
All right, the motion is to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Vice Chair Hall has a question.
I just have a question about the success rate of this program. Is there anybody that can? Thank you, Alton.
Hi, Commissioner Hall. I'll find out what the success rate is. As you know, we've been doing this for a number of years.
Yes.
And the United Way sets aside, I think it's 20 beds or something like that for the individuals as part of the reentry. So let me find out
Okay.
if we've tracked that.
Okay.
And what the success rate might be. I'll
Thank
get
you, I
back to you on
appreciate that.
All right, the motion is to approve. Cast your vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 7, 21-0336, request approval of resolution amending Article 2, Division 2, Subpart B of the Fulton County Code of Resolutions to amend subsection 118-50 regarding membership and qualifications of the Board of Directors of the Development Authority of Fulton County and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Okay, now these are the two basically competing
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
resolutions. So let me see here. We have a motion.
Yeah, I would maybe do a motion to maybe have them heard together. I really would like to hold them. Got an email back from the chair of APS indicating that he's willing to look at any potential changes. I think we had some feedback from the Development Authority that was received. They've now had an opportunity to review that. And so I'd really like to hold both of them. If I guess, I don't know if I need to do, I guess we have to do that separately. One, we'd have to do something to have them both heard at the same time, and then maybe a motion to hold. I think we're almost there. I'd like to see us have consensus on this and make sure that we've got everyone on board.
All right, let's, sake of conversation, let's sound the second one.
21-0337, request approval of resolution amending Article 2, Division 2, Subpart B of the Fulton County Code of Resolutions to amend subsection 118-50 regarding membership and qualifications of the Board of Directors of the Development Authority of Fulton County and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
I have a question.
Yeah, you have a question?
Yeah, what's the difference between the two? I'd like to know that. Why are
So,
there
okay,
two?
let's do this. Hold on, everybody. Let's do this. Commissioner Arrington, you describe yours, and Commissioner Morris, you describe yours.
Well, they're actually both mine. His version is the one that I originally presented 2 weeks ago. And the second one is the one that has the that has input from the Development Authority, but does not have input from APS yet, which is why I would like to hold both of them so that we can make sure that we get input not only from APS, but also from the Development Authority.
I'm a little confused because on our agenda sheet, it doesn't have your name on 337.
So once I amended it, it had to have a new number. And Commissioner Morris took the original language from the original motion, but without it being amended, and used that. So that's why that one is now sponsored by him. But it is the same version that I presented that I held for the last two meetings. And because I made a change, it had to come back with a new number this time.
Okay, but Commissioner Morris, you're not on board with 336? You want to go with
All right, well,
337?
My dear colleague and I
I'm trying to
have,
get
have
this-
some fundamental disagreements on this, and my version now was introduced by him last time, two meetings ago, only because he asked the county attorney to draft it before I did. So I co-sponsored it with him because it was exactly what I had wanted to do. He just beat me to the punch, getting to the county attorney because he's younger and faster than I am.
Well, also because I called the meeting and facilitated the whole meeting
Yes.
between our board and their board.
Yes. Well, it's something that I've been working on for years, literally. You know, Commissioner Pitts and I sponsored the resolution some time ago to give them some opportunity, and I was hopeful that this would, their representation on DAFC would be akin to our representation and APS's representation on the Beltline board and on Invest Atlanta's board, because the school boards contribute 50%, literally, of the investments that DAFC makes. It seemed to me they ought to have some say-so. So following our meeting with APS, our joint meeting, where I thought, and most of them thought, that we were basically making the commitment to give them the permission to have one of their representatives on the Development Authority Board. I wanted to sponsor this resolution to clarify that and give them that permission. And Mr. Arrington, as I say, beat me to it, so we co-sponsored that version. He then received, as I understand it, some feedback from DAFC, who wanted to put some constraints on APS's and Fulton County Schools representation on DAFC, and proposed his 336. The major difference is that they would just be members in lieu of the two current at-large members of the DAFC. To my version, they would just be members. They would select their appointee and become members of the DAFC after we ratified it. Under his proposal that's on the agenda, which unfortunately APS had not seen until yesterday, and I think there was just a clerical error in sending them the version, but the version they sent them to review was the original version he and I co-sponsored and the version that I'm sponsoring today. But what was on the agenda, which they had not seen until yesterday, provides that if Fulton County Schools or the Board of Education approves or has approved any action, resolution, or legislative agenda item or engages in active litigation or provides any funding for litigation against DAFC or economic development in general, each an anti-DAFC action, then any member selected and nominated by Fulton Board of Education or Atlanta Board of Education shall not be considered for appointment to the full board and in effect removed if they continue to do it. So that they found totally unacceptable after they saw this yesterday, and I understand Commissioner Arrington is engaging in some discussions with them now about seeing if there are some restrictions on their representation that they can live with. But my sense is that this ought to be like we have a representative, a BOC member on the Beltline Board, APS has a member on the Beltline Board, City of Atlanta has a member on the Beltline Board, and everybody who's got some skin in the game gets some input and okay and involvement. Invest Atlanta Board, the development authority there, has a BOC member, has an APS member, because they've got skin in the game and have an opportunity to be involved and have some input. So what Mr. Estevez has said to me is they are interested in moving forward. Their issue with the legislative agenda 2 sessions ago in the General Assembly says that doesn't apply anymore. That was the legislative agenda for that General Assembly meeting. That's over. That's not on their legislative agenda now. The one they put forward about the but-for test, that was for the last General Assembly. It's not on the table anymore. They're anxious to move forward in a positive way. And I've said before, their representative on the Invest Atlanta Board, I think, has voted no on one item. I mean, they're not unreasonable people. But this will give them an opportunity to be involved, have a say-so about the 50% of the investments that DAFC makes that are their general fund dollars. And this effort, I'm convinced, will tamp down what all of you must know is a growing sense of concern about DAFC and its use of the bonds for title. And I mean, we're seeing it from neighborhoods in Buckhead, we're seeing it from the city council, we're seeing it from a group of developers. And this will tamp down that growing concern, and I think it would be a tremendous thing to do for some intergovernmental cooperation. So I hope we will not approve 336 and approve 337. So
Okay.
That's where I am.
So let's be
So-
real clear. Both versions give them a seat on the board, so it's a little disingenuous, Commissioner Morris, to seem to assert that only one of them gives them a seat on the board and gives them a voice at the table. That's disingenuous for you to imply that. They both give them a seat on the board. My recommendation is that we hold both so that we can get input not only from the Development Authority, but from APS. And frankly, we haven't had any feedback from Fulton County Schools. So we might need to share it with their board before we bring it back. But Mr. Estevez sent an email today. He sent one late last night saying, hey, we didn't see 336. You're right, there was a clerical error. I thought we had sent it to him. But today he sent an email responding to my email saying, hey, they look forward to receiving the new amended language. I told them that I was going to ask you all to hold it today, that we would amend it again and try to get it back within 2 weeks so that we can make sure we have something that everyone agrees on and everyone signs off on. It makes no sense to be having the Arrington versus Morris. These are our children, right? This is APS. We should be coming together. We should have consensus on this.
I still
And I
have a
hope-
question.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a minute,
I
everybody.
still have a question.
Go ahead.
What you just received from my Director of Legislative and Community Affairs is a resolution passed by the City of Atlanta and a resolution passed by the Atlanta Board of Education. And these are resolutions that are in conflict. I brought this up when we had our BOC meeting with the Atlanta Public School Board reps and City of Atlanta City Council members, because this is the reason why Commissioner Arrington even brought this up in the first place. Because if you read the resolution from the Atlanta Board of Education, it says, limit county development authorities from issuing bonds within city limits. Amendment to Georgia Development Authorities Law, Title 36, Chapter 62 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated to limit, the operation of a development authority within a city's boundaries to be only the municipal development authority. It was passed by the Atlanta Board of Education unanimously with a motion moved by, and also City of Atlanta did the same thing, and it was passed by the entire Board of City of Atlanta Council. These two resolutions are in effect. If you look, and I was shocked to hear what Commissioner Morris said, that Jason Estevez said, because this says 2021 priorities, and part of the 2021 priorities says specifically on line number 2, protect the Atlanta Public Schools property tax base to support quality instruction for all students, including by restricting the issuance of tax abatements to projects that would not be developed otherwise. So they're trying to restrict what the Development Authority of Fulton County was even created to do. Now, is this not in conflict with the Development Authority of Fulton County? Madam County Attorney, I'll ask you for your legal opinion.
And it rolls over until the next session.
Yes. You can have my copy. You want my copy? Okay.
Okay. Let me try to ask. I'm not easily confused. Just a
Mr.
minute.
Chairman, I'm in the queue. Can I ask a question?
Yes, let me try to clarify where you are, and then you'll have the floor. Again, I'm not easily confused, but this one, just the language and listening, they're real simple. The 0336, let's call that one the Arrington resolution. It adds a member of the Atlanta school system to the board and the Fulton County school system to the board, but there's some restrictions or conditions. The difference is 337, which I'll refer to as the Morris, it also adds a representative from the Atlanta school system and the Fulton County school system with no restrictions. That's the only difference. Now, I support, and I believe that what the Development Authority does impacts the Atlanta school system and the Fulton County school system, and therefore, each one should have a representative, unfeathered representative on that board, period. That's what the Morris resolution does without any restrictions. So it's real simple to me what's before us. Now, Commissioner
I
Houseman.
was still in the queue. I just let you go ahead and talk.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Just a minute. So
That's okay,
let's-
because I asked
just a
the,
minute, just a minute.
asked the
Please,
county
please,
attorney a
please,
question.
Please, county attorney said that she has what she's reviewing what you gave her. In the meantime, I was going to hear from all right,
Go
listen,
ahead,
this
go
is not, just a minute, guys.
ahead.
This is not complicated.
can
You've
circle
asked the
back to
county
me.
attorney for a written opinion. I thought you said written, and she said she. All right, Madam County Attorney, are you able to answer Commissioner Hall's question?
Tell me again what the question was.
Seeing that the Atlanta Board of Education has unanimously passed a resolution that goes completely against what the Development Authority of Fulton County was created to do in the first place, does that not create a conflict for anyone from the Atlanta Board of Education or representing them having a seat on that board, because they would be going against a resolution that was passed by the Atlanta Board of Education, which says they completely go against the development of Fulton County?
Well, whether or not they had a conflict with respect to their position at the Atlanta Board of Education that would be a conflict that they would have. That wouldn't be a conflict that the county would have.
No, I'm talking about the person that they have as a member of the Development Authority of Fulton County.
Right. So whether or not the Atlanta Board of Education would consider that to be a conflict would be an issue. That would be something that they would have to address, whether or not them sitting on this board constituted a conflict, because they might take an action that would be
In conflict.
contrary to what their board has expressed that they should do.
Exactly. That's my point. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Houseman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I see in the flaw in this piece of legislation is the fact that we're giving APS a seat on our board, but we don't have a seat on our board. We have a seat on Invest Atlanta, but our rules do not allow a commissioner of Fulton County to be on our development authority. So that, to me, sets up an unequal situation, because we do have skin in the game, as was said earlier. And to be fair, if they're going to have a seat as an elected official on that board, we should as well.
Anyone else?
Good point.
Yes, I'm in the queue.
And if we can't agree on any of this, I agree with holding both of them to refine
We're going to
it.
take them up, because Morris objects to holding. So Commissioner Arrington has the floor now.
Colleagues, I would just urge you, actually, I've got the motion to hold, which includes both items on the floor. But colleagues, I would encourage you to hold this. I'd like to get an opportunity. I've been taking the lead on this matter. I called for the meeting, facilitated the meeting, originally drew up the legislation, got input on that legislation, made changes to it, got additional input from APS, and I'd like the opportunity to correct it and get it right so that it's something that we all can live with and all support. We both want to see APS in Fulton. Everyone, I believe, wants to see APS in Fulton County have a seat on the board. The question is not whether they have a seat on the board. What 336 does is ask them to repeal this resolution before their appointee can be seated, because this was introduced in this session and it can automatically extend over to the next session. So APS said they're not necessarily willing to do that, but what they are willing to do is to say that they are willing to work with the Development Authority going forward. And so I'd like the opportunity to come back with language. So I ask you all to support my motion to hold 336 and 337.
All right,
And if not, I'll be, if we can't get language that makes sense, I'll be happy to co-sponsor the legislation that I originally drew up with Commissioner Morris.
All right, the motion before us is to hold 336 and 337.
Mr. Chairman, how can...
Just a minute. You want to be heard again, Ms. Houseman?
Well, yes, I just want to
Motion before us is to hold
put
both.
back on the table that without Fulton County Commission also having a seat on our board, we are setting up an unequal representative situation. We have two elected bodies that have elected officials on that board, and we do not. I do not think that that is equitable at all.
All right, Commissioner Morris, you have the floor, but the counter argument that I would make to that, though, Commissioner Hausman, is that we have 7 representatives on that board, because each of us has an appointee. I'm not trying to create an argument, but that would just be my thought.
But that was what I was going to say, that we have an overwhelming representation on that board. But, Mr. Chairman, I object to taking these two together in this whole motion.
You what?
I object to taking these two both together in the
All right,
whole
so the
motion.
motion before us is to hold both. If you're in favor of holding both, you vote yes. If you're not in favor of holding both, you vote no. Motion is to hold both. Both meaning 0336 and 0337. Cast your vote, please.
The vote is open on the motion to hold, and the motion fails. 3 yeas, 4 nays.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a substitute motion to approve 337.
I'll second. Questions, comments? Let's vote. Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, we all have appointments, but as we all know, our appointees don't always vote in the same way that we would vote. So I think that that is not comparing apples to apples. And so I can't support this if we don't also make it to where this Board of Commissioners has a voice in those decisions. If we're given a voice to our school systems, who I respect immensely, and I also agree that we have not heard from Fulton County Schools on this matter.
Commissioner Arrington?
I guess I'm just in disbelief that my colleagues will not give me the opportunity to try to clear it up. Again, we all want APS and Fulton County Schools on there, and I'm just in complete disbelief that we can't wait 2 more weeks to make sure that we have the buy-in of APS and the Development Authority, particularly given that we got an email today from Mr. Estevez, the chair of APS, saying that he's willing to look at the new legislation and to have it sent over. It's just very disappointing.
All right, the motion is to approve 0337. Cast your votes, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 4 yeas, 2 nays, 1 abstention.
Next item.
21-0338. Request approval of resolution supplementing the Board of Commissioners December 17, 2008 resolution consenting to the inclusion of certain Fulton County taxes in the computation of the tax allocation increment for the City of Atlanta Tax Allocation District Number 1 West Side.
All right, the motion is to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Any questions or comments on this? Not, cast your vote. Motion is to approve.
And the vote is open.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did we just vote on? I thought we just voted on Commissioner Morris.
No, this is 0338.
May I, Mr.
Oh, okay,
Chairman?
for West Side. Oh, absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
And the motion passes. 5 yeas, 1 abstention.
Continue.
21-0339, request approval of resolution reaffirming the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County's commitment to the National Stepping Up Initiative to reduce mental illness among the Fulton County jail population and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioners Ellis, Morris, and Vice Chair Hall.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Vice Chair Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington and Commissioner Ellis. I'd like to be heard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And then also wanted to invite, we got some folks from Superior Court, Judge Downs, and if y'all want to come down, I know you might want to say just a just a couple of brief remarks. While you're coming down, I'll just make a couple of brief comments. Thank you for indulging me. As at the beginning of this meeting, we recognized that May was Mental Health Month. And back in 2016, on May 4th, my good friend Commissioner Joan Garner sponsored, and the Board of Commissioners unanimously approved the Stepping Up Resolution, which signaled the county's commitment to improving outcomes for individuals with serious mental illness who become involved within our criminal justice system. And on the 5-year anniversary of that resolution, we are encouraged by cross-systems collaboration that's continued and the commitment of all the stakeholders and community members involved in the Justice and Mental Health Task Force. And if you've ever seen sort of a menu of all the different types of things this group has gotten engaged in and done, it's quite a lot of work, that's been done, and I definitely commend everybody that's been engaged with the task force. At this point in time where we're at, the work of this group is even more critical. To do the necessary data work that's outlined through the set, measure, achieve, and work towards connecting people to care, reducing the number of people booked into the jail, reducing jail length of stays, reducing recidivism. Just the people with mental illness in this county deserve our full attention and our full efforts and access to quality supports and services, and this remains a big part of that effort. And I hope that the BOC, again, will fully support this important collaborative effort, and would ask the judge to share a few words with us.
It's so good. I'm a senior judge now, and it's good to come back down to the courthouse, and things are improving. Things are really getting painted, and this
It's
looks
great to see
beautiful
you.
here. So
It's great to
it's
see
good
you,
to see
Judge.
all of you again. This task force is a huge effort, not just by the courts, not just by the sheriff. It's by the city, it's by NAMI. We have had a broad coalition since the time we got our Bureau of Justice Assistance grant in 2016. We met monthly. We worked extremely hard with facilitators that we hired. This group is well over 100, meeting, everybody showing up, police, it's 911. It's just phenomenal, the numbers of people that were concerned about the situation that we found ourselves in. And we realized there was hope. And so we got busy collaborating, which has resulted in 4 business cases that we presented to this commission in 2019, January of 2019. And you all were kind enough to understand, listen, and vote to fund every one of those 4 initiatives that we narrowed probably 500 initiatives down to 4 to try to get it to something we could present to you all quickly and that would be most effective. The most effective things that we thought we needed were data. You can't make a good decision without data, and we didn't have any data. How many people in the Fulton County Jail have mental illness? We didn't know that. We didn't have trained officers, so we asked for training money for officers. We asked for money to get this data together. We wanted a diversion center, which we're still working on that, and that's a big part of it. How do you divert these people to begin with from the jail? Because many of them don't need to be there. And screening and reentry is the key, you all. We needed to know how many people in the jail are mentally ill. And so we got our doctors who were working with us, Emory doctors, came together. They gave us a validated screening mechanism. We worked with Fulton County. All offices in across Fulton County participated and were wonderful. So we ended up with the funding resulted in actual data. And we're now ready to move forward using that data, making decisions that are going to affect change. And the new Step Up initiative is called Set, Measure, and Achieve. Now that we've got data, We want to set our goals as to what we want to do about the situation. We want to use our data to measure how our progress is coming along, and then we want to achieve our goal, which is a reduction in the numbers going into the jail, a reduction in recidivism. I will tell you all that we had a friendly faces, is what we called it, people that just cycle through. They're usually charged with very small crimes. They stay 77% longer in the jail than anyone else charged with their crimes. These frequent flyers, or friendly faces, is what we call them. The cost to the county is astounding, I will say, and we can put that money somewhere better. And these are the types of things we're going to really work on. We want a number, we want to show it with our data that we're achieving that, and we're excited to move into the next phase of this project. I am here right now because I was the chair of this commission. As you all know, I was the drug court, mental health court judge, volunteering my time since 2002. And it is such a pleasure to have been able to chair and move this thing this far. However, Judge McBurney is stepping up, and I needed an active judge because I'm just senior now. And I need somebody that's active on the bench to pull with me to get this accomplished. So that's what we've got. It's great to see you all. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I've got the best team known to man here with Kristen Schillig and Nick. Where'd Nick go? He's our data man. So we're thrilled to have them. Those two have really been catapulting this mission onward. But I will tell you, you would have 100+ people here if we could bring them. And we just thank you for your support. And I want to thank the county manager also. He came to so many of those meetings, and he gave us tremendous support as well. So thank you all. Without any questions, I just appreciate you supporting this initiative.
Well, Judge Downs, thank you for your leadership. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Nick. We really greatly appreciate you leaning into this, and you know that the impact it's going to have for years to come as that work continues. And Judge McBurney did want to be here. He did want to let folks know that, but he said that he is in the courtroom, which is where he's supposed to be. So we're glad he's working and doing his good work in the courtroom. So thank you again. I don't know if there are any questions for Judge or okay.
Any questions or comments? We heard from Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair Hall.
I just want to say this is a long time coming, and Judge McBurney spent hours in my office talking about this once I became a commissioner, and I remember him talking to Commissioner Garner about this when she was a commissioner. And so I'm really excited about this actually hopefully passing today. And I want to also add that the sheriff, our new sheriff, Patrick Labatt, did say that he sent a letter ahead of this in support of this entire resolution. So thank you.
All right, what's your pleasure? This is not clear here now. Looks like motion to approve by Vice Chair Hall. I don't see a second.
Second by Marvin, Arrington.
All right, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Cast your votes, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 21-0340, discussion and resolution, directive and implementation of Fulton County priorities and funds distribution of American Rescue Plan Act funds, sponsored by Commissioners Abdul Rahman, Vice Chair Hall, and Commissioner Arrington.
Okay. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Is there a second?
We just lost somebody.
Is there a second? All right, I'll second for discussion only. Commissioner Morris, followed by Commissioner Hausman, Commissioner Hall.
I probably should let Commissioner Abdul-Rahman speak on this, but I think you've distributed a slight revision.
Yes, I did put in a
Good.
revision.
Yeah, go ahead and explain that, and I guess Mr. Chairman will procedurally need to get that revised version before us.
Yeah, you can get, I'm sorry, you can have mine.
All right, is there a revised version?
Yeah, she's distributed around after the executive session, just to.
Yes, I did a revision of it.
Okay, so the lineup will be Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Hausman, Vice Chair Hall, and Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I actually had a conversation with the county attorney, and I think for the sake of fairness and the viewing public, if you don't mind, Madam Attorney, the questions that I asked you, I wanted to ask you again publicly. You can please answer them succinctly, but if it is a yes or no answer, you don't have to feel the need to opine, if that's okay with you, please, ma'am.
Is there a revised version?
Yes, you don't have it?
No.
Okay.
It was passed out in a manila folder.
It's in a folder that went around. Okay, there you go. You can give that to him.
All right, Madam County Attorney?
I think, okay. Oh, you want to give him another copy? Okay, give him mine, please. Okay. And, Chair, do you have your?
Go ahead, I'll listen.
Okay, all righty. Madam County Attorney, when you conferred with my office, you made an adjustment. Other than that minor tweak, is the resolution in any way putting the county legal risk or harm in its current content?
No.
I don't think they can hear you. Would you mind coming to the podium, please, Madam Attorney? And I'm just going to repeat the question. When you conferred with my office, you made an adjustment other than a minor tweak. Is the resolution in any way putting the county legal risk or harm?
No, it's not, because this is a policy document.
Okay. Just a couple of more questions. Does the March 17th resolution adopted by the board setting the 6 priority areas require the county to be in conformance with the federal rules, including any guidance from the Department of Treasury?
Yes, it does.
Does today's resolution, which outlines how much investment we wish to make in the priority areas, in any way, to your knowledge, violate the American Rescue Plan Act, so long as we abide by the act and any guidelines from the Treasury or any other federal agencies?
You're correct, it does not.
Notwithstanding the outside counsel research, the only provided recommendation from the outside counsel research was regarding the premium pay only. Is that correct?
Correct, that was the only question asked, was about premium pay.
Is it also true that if the board decides that all employees deserve a pandemic relief stimulus, that we could use federal rescue dollars for so-called essential employees and provide a stimulus premium payment for other employees from our general fund?
That's correct.
Finally, on my last question to you is, so lastly, based on what you're saying today, the resolution in March that we already adopted and today's implementation that I have put forth with my co-sponsor, Vice Chair Hall and Commissioner Arrington, the plans are consistent with the act and do not violate any laws or procedures that you are aware of. Is that correct?
Well, I think that's correct, because it's
Okay.
a policy document as opposed to an actual program.
Yes.
And as it says, the program is going to comply with whatever the law requires.
Exactly. Thank you, County Attorney. The only other thing that I would say, Chair, is this. Since we're dealing with the premium pay, I'm just going to deal with that only in my comments. And I'll try to make them as brief as possible, understanding that Fulton County employees need to know that we appreciate them stepping to the plate and to put forth a narrative that they should be lucky to have a job, kind of goes against the fact that Fulton County has the highest customer service rating in spite of that. I understand that we all have issues of concerns when it comes to this, but this resolution was written in such a way that should there need to be a change per any additional information coming down, that change can be made. And so therefore, I would say that fairness does not mean everyone gets the same. Fairness means everyone gets what they need. In a pandemic, our Fulton County employees rose to the occasion, all while they watched whether it was their mother, their brother, sister, daughter, grandmother, next door neighbor pass away from COVID. They had to watch images daily of Black and brown individuals of society dying at the hands of law enforcement, which was really traumatic. And they worked hard to make sure that Fulton County still maintained a very high customer service satisfaction rate. And so I would put forth to my colleagues that this is where Fulton County steps out first. This is where Fulton County shows that we understand that coming out of a pandemic, that we need to not only take care of our stakeholders, we need to take care of our frontline workers, and that are the Fulton County employees. And this one-time payment to them could be approved for the essential workers. We already know that. And if for some reason, if additional information comes down from the federal government, that difference could come from the general fund. Now, keep in mind that this money that came down was meant not to be restrictive. It was meant to not have a lot of red tape. Just like we looked at what we went through with the CARES Act, the federal government looked at what we went through with the CARES Act and decided they wanted to do it a better way. Well, I suggest to my constituents, as well as my colleagues today, Fulton County needs to do it today a better way and show that our employees who have had our back, who always have our back, that we have theirs. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Morris, followed by Commissioner Hausman.
Yeah, I was a little concerned initially about whether we are getting a little ahead of the horse, the cart a little ahead of the horse, but it seems to me that these dollars and these allocations are appropriate, and the commissioner has added that sentence, and I just want to make sure that it's properly before us, the revised document. I don't know if that's by no objection, Mr. Chairman, or whether,
Without objection, if there are no objections, we will take the revised document when the only language, I believe, where it's 1, 2, 3, 4, well, actually, the first resolve, the last part of the first resolve, which reads, subject to any adjustments required to comply with the American Rescue Plan Act and its regulations and guidance. That's the...
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead, continue. All right, Commissioner Hausman?
Yes, thank you, and I'll be brief. I'm not disputing the contents of this or the dollar amounts or any of that, but what I am sensitive to is the fact that we have not had a conversation yet with our mayors. We totally got off track in the last go-round because we weren't working together. We've, I think, made a lot of progress coming back with the mayors. We just had a meeting last week to discuss the agenda, and the main thing that was conveyed that they want to talk about is how to partner and how to best address the overall needs of our common constituents with the money that we're getting and that they're getting. And so I would just ask that we allow that meeting to happen, hear from them, make sure that we are working together as we move forward, and just hold this to the next meeting. We will not have any money until right about that time anyway. And I just really want us to work to rebuild that relationship that really came off track last year because of how we handled the CARES money, and not make that same mistake again with this money. So that would be my only suggestion, is that we just wait until the next meeting, have the meeting with the mayors, hear from them, and then let's move forward after that.
All right, Vice Chair Hall?
I think that is a good idea. I didn't take into account that, you know, the mayors, we did have a situation with them before. We did say we want to collaborate. We had a very good agenda setting meeting for our next mayor's meeting. And so I think we should definitely get their input. But I also have some friendly edits and additions that I'd like to make to the resolution, just in the wording on the first paragraph where it says the county's acceptance. I'd just like to add, take out the and put Fulton County's acceptance. And in the second paragraph where it says the intent of the Board of Commissioners resolution, I'd like to, well, it says in the intent of the Commissioners resolution, I'd like to say the intent of the Board of Commissioners. And in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the fifth paragraph, instead of it saying the Board of Commissioners is concerned that the American Rescue Plan Act dollars actually provide blah, 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 say the Board of Commissioners want to ensure that the American Rescue Plan Act dollars actually provide real rescue, blah, blah, blah. And then I'd like to add into that list of categories, somewhere in there between small businesses and families going hungry and government and employees, nonprofit organizations in need of more grant funding to provide services and programs. And as far as an additional addition, I want to add food insecurity, because we still continue to have people who are hungry, and we did have Wholesome and American Heart Association contacted my office, and there was a meeting with the county executives as well, and they would like to do some things with SNAP and the community across Fulton County that are in need of food, and they'd like for us to partner with them. I think that's it. And also, Cooperative Extension is running out of money, and they're having a huge demand as if we are still in COVID-19 pandemic. And I'd like to make sure that that's addressed in the food insecurity portion.
All right.
That's it.
Commissioner Ellis?
All right. I would support a hold of this as well. I think not only for the discussion, with our mayors, but also for some transparency too. I don't believe that this was, at least I didn't receive a copy of this until late yesterday. So therefore the public would not have received it. And then it's been being modified. And we are talking about a fairly substantive amount of funds that's here. So I do think, for transparency purposes, it merits have it being held as well. I think the one thing that's been clear sort of since we started with the pandemic, from this board, I think across the board, is that we did right by our employees, but also that we put these funds, these governmental funds, to use to the benefit of our citizens as quickly as possible, as we possibly could, while also ensuring that we were being compliant and not putting ourselves into an unfavorable position where we're going to have to return the funds. And I thought we really had struck a good balance of that. And we've had a very good continual ongoing dialogue, meeting to meeting. It's made a little bit longer, but it's been part of our process, and it's worked. And I think it can continue to work. I'm a little bit, and when I asked the county attorney, I'm not looking to put you in the box on this, but I do still also struggle with a resolution where it has a document attached to it on one side with components which you have clearly said are not in compliance with the Rescue Act, and it's attached to the same resolution. I mean, that they are in conflict. So, you had stated earlier that under the terms of the Rescue Act, we could not provide a lump sum payment to all employees of record once we get funds. That's not the way that the act read. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that's in the CIP document, which is in conflict. So I just think all this stuff really needs to be cleaned up. And I think generally, most all of us are aligned with the direction of what we're trying to get done. There's some components of this that we may not totally agree upon. But I would also recommend that, this get held so that those components can be cleaned up, so that as we learn more, we can do the things that are going to be most effective, and we have this discussion with the mayors and so forth, and improve upon this and get something that's, going to work to benefit a maximum way all the citizens of this county.
Not yet. Are you finished, Commissioner Ellis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Commissioner Abdul-Rahman wants to be heard again, and
Just briefly, Chair. I just want to remind my colleagues as well as the listening audience, the reason that the American Rescue Plan came down was to remove the bureaucracy between the municipalities and the counties. The cities will have their own funding. And I do believe that there is some collaboration that can happen as a result of that funding source. I made it clear in our last meeting with Commissioner Houseman, Vice Chair Natalie Hall, and the Commissioner Motley, I think it was Motley Broom, that I thought it was good that we be collaborative. But I don't think that we need to hold up a very good resolution. We've already passed the original resolution, and this is the implementation stage. And based on my conversation with the county attorney and the clause that I put in, it allows for anything to be adjusted or taken out. If it is passed today, we will not be in any federal error or default of any funds. We will not be doing anything illegal as elected officials. So I think in the sense of not only fairness, but knowing that Fulton County should set the role model, I am so for collaborating with the cities. But the cities do have their money. We're hoping in our collaborations that they will bring it to the table. But please do not allow that to keep us from voting and passing this today, because one of the reasons that this legislation is in place was to make sure that the different governments had their own sets of rules and their own things that they wanted to move on. And so even though I do wholeheartedly support collaboration, I think it's important that we move forward on this, and once the funds get here, and once the county attorney in conjunction with the county manager look and see, I don't think it will be for the sake of conversation. I'm going to play devil's advocate and say if there is some type of conflict or if there is something that is contrary, this resolution allows it to be adjusted. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so I've heard, I guess, 3 or 4 people say to hold, but I want to remind us that we're spending a lot of time spending money that we haven't even received yet. If you think about how much time we've spent talking about this. But anyway, Commissioner Hall.
All right, I'm making a substitute motion to hold. I just heard Kay say that we were in conflict because of the question that Commissioner Ellis asked, and that concerns me because she is the county attorney. And so I don't want to, we need to check that. And then the mayor's situation, I definitely want us to collaborate with the mayors. We said that that was something we were going to do, and I want to keep my word. I'm a person of my word, and we have too many conflicts up in the air, legal and relationship-wise. So substitute motion to hold.
All right, the substitute motion on the floor to hold, seconded by Commissioner Houseman, is that correct? All right, cast your votes, please.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion to hold passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item.
County Manager's presentation and discussion items, 21-0341, discussion, election cost update.
Mr. Manager, Madam COO. Mr. Manager, I'd like to see you and Madam COO after the meeting. Mr. Barron?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Richard Barron, Director of Registration and Elections. I have a presentation. Nick, do I have control of the slides here? Oh, next slide. So most of you were here for this presentation. I think I was here 3 weeks ago. This is a look back on 2020 and a look forward to 2021, the election cycle. Some of the events that impacted the 2020-2021 election cycle: we had a new resource-intensive voting system purchased by the state of Georgia, an increase in absentee by mail voting of more than 500% due to the COVID pandemic. We had 2 unbudgeted elections in September and December, and then we also had a rare federal runoff in January. The increase in early voting sites by more than 30% in the August through January elections. We also had a full hand audit of November's ballots and a full machine recount of November's ballots. We had a 25% increase in the number of Election Day polling locations over 2016. We had to make mini rental payments to Georgia World Congress Center because of a COVID outbreak in our warehouse, as well as to make sure that we had everything centralized for absentee by mail for the January election. We added security and technicians to all the polling locations for early voting and Election Day. That increased costs, and we had a COVID outbreak of 26 staff members leading up to the November election. Next slide, please. So the election cost comparison, you can see the 2008 election cycle, we had 6 early voting sites, 264 election day sites. The cost for that cycle was $11.1 million. In 2012, that election cycle with 6 early voting sites and 259 election day sites was $6.1 million. 2016, we had an almost $10 million election cycle with 24 early voting sites and 203 election day sites. 2020, the cycle, we had 34 early voting sites as well as 255 election day sites, and we had a budget of $38.3 million. And in 2021, so far, it's been $6.1 million. We had 34 early voting sites and 255 election day sites. We are projecting that the 2021 municipal election with 24 early voting sites and 271 election day sites will cost $7.1 million. The municipal runoff, we don't know how many of the municipalities will participate in that election, but it'll cost $2.46 per registered voter to the municipalities, with the county covering anything that's beyond that based on the 2019 resolution that the Board of Commissioners passed, charging flat fees to the municipalities. The 2022 primary election, the general primary that would take place in May, we're projecting will cost over $9.4 million. The runoff would be about $6.5 million. We're projecting over $11.5 million for the 2022 general election and $6.4 million for the general election runoff. Next slide, please. And before you change it, can you go back one slide, please? Thank you. So Forsyth, Gwinnett, Spalding, Athens, Clark, Rockdale, Clayton, and Muskogee counties confirmed that they saw similar increases in their 2020 budgets versus previous years, as we saw here in Fulton. Okay, next slide, please. So reasons for the election cost increases going forward, increase in early voting sites, an increase in the number of election day precincts, additional staffing needs, additional equipment needs for early voting sites and election day sites, and also increased voter turnout. The unknown factors going forward include the impact of Senate Bill 202, the change that we may see in absentee voting habits once we get past the pandemic. Changes in the absentee regulations could drive more citizens to early voting. Requests from elderly and disabled citizens, we aren't sure how it will be impacted. We used to send out applications to all of the 65 and older citizens as well as the disabled citizens to have them fill out an absentee by mail at the beginning of the year. We're prohibited from doing that now. And I guess voter turnout is still a variable as well. Next slide. So our focus now is implementing post-election assessment recommendations that I presented several weeks ago. We had a work session with the Board of Registration and Elections yesterday regarding this. Develop detailed project plans, expanding early voting sites, expanding locations and opportunities for citizens to obtain voter ID, retooling our poll worker training, especially considering the impact of Senate Bill 202, developing a robust voter education, outreach, and communication plan, updating our standard operating procedures to comply with Senate Bill 202, conducting the weekly internal work group meetings, and then reporting monthly to the Board of Registration and Elections. Next slide. So we have a municipal election on November 2nd with a runoff slated for November 30th. Revised municipal election budgets were sent to the municipalities on March 15th. We had 28 early voting sites that we were going to have approved by the BRE. We're probably going to reduce that to 24. The early voting hours will be approved by the Board of Registration and Elections. We will be increasing Election Day precincts up to 271 from 255. Some staff will begin to report on June 6th, with the remainder coming in August. We will have, there have been some absentee ballot changes going forward. We can receive applications now only 78 days prior to an election. 45 days, we can do the first mailing. Those are for overseas UOCAVA voters. Anybody other than a UOCAVA voter those ballots can only be mailed out 30 days prior to the election. And the deadline before Election Day, the last day to apply for an application to apply for an absentee by mail is 11 days prior to the election. We will reduce the number of drop box locations from 38 down to 8. Those drop boxes will be put inside early voting sites to be operated only during early voting hours. We are working with External Affairs on messaging to voters for voter education plan. We plan to begin that outreach in June. We are waiting for guidance from the Secretary of State's office on many aspects of Senate Bill 202. So all of those pieces of that bill have not been outlined yet for the counties around the state. Voter education will include absentee ballot deadlines, voter ID submission requirements, absentee ballot drop box locations, provisional voting changes. We will retool the mobile voting units or repurpose them to do voter education. We can provide voter identification on those. We can hand out absentee ballot applications. We can provide voter demonstrations. We can also use them to recruit poll workers and have poll worker recruiting events. Next slide, please. A lot of questions have come up regarding how voter rolls are maintained. Senate Bill 202 there are some updates in those requirements, how to maintain the voter rolls. They are in this top section, which there's no limit on the number of people whose voting qualifications one person can challenge. Within 10 business days after receiving a challenge, the Board of Registration and Elections must set the date, time, and place of a hearing and to notify the challenger and the challenged of the challenge that has been issued to the Board of Registration and Elections. Sanctions can be handed down by the State Election Board for failure to comply with these changes or with existing law on voter challenges. The SOS is required to participate in any out-of-state residency databases, and they are also required to participate in a cross-check database for voter list maintenance for voters that move out of state so that they can compare the list between states. Our maintenance here that we do in Fulton County, we maintain the voter list every day for non-citizens. For vital records, those are maintained weekly. Any issues with mental incompetence, if a judge hands down a decision in that regard, we handle those immediately. Transfers in and out of county, those are maintained daily. The confirmation process is a state function. Registration verification process, that is done daily when we enter voter registration applications into ElectionNet. Challenged voters, those would be handled as I mentioned before with the new requirements in SB 202. Felons, those are maintained monthly. We have to hold hearings after we mail out letters. And then municipal voter verification, each jurisdiction, we send out a list to them during the municipal years and we have them verify their voter rolls. Prior to the election, we give them a deadline, we communicate that with them, and then they check to make sure all the street segments are correct, all the streets are in their cities, and get that information back to us. Next slide, please. And I believe that's we're down to question and answer.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Hausman, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Morris.
Yes, Rick, good to see you.
You too.
Thanks for that update. I did miss it the first time, so I appreciate the recap. And thanks for mentioning the voter rolls, because that is on our mayor's meeting agenda on Friday, and they are very concerned with that process. They want to be more involved in that process. Do you work with the cities currently?
Yes, we've already sent their voter lists to them. We send those through the city clerk, and then they have to go through and make sure that all of the street segments and all the voters are within their city boundaries.
Okay, so you went through a pretty comprehensive list of how y'all maintain the list. For the benefit of the public, can you just tell us what confirmation process as a state function actually means?
Well, when we, for example, one of the things that happens is if we receive letter back from, if we receive a letter back from the voters, and we then have to mail out a confirmation letter to make sure that they are no longer at that address. After a deadline, they have to return that, then they will either be moved to inactive or removed from the rolls. There's also national change of address, and that is communicated between the United States Postal Service and the state. And then there's also the no activity for 2 general elections. And so if somebody doesn't vote within those 2 general elections, that can affect their voter status. So periodically, those 2 things are done. They're initiated by the state. For example, with the national change of address, the Postal Service sends to the state anyone that has moved. If they're moved within the county, then the county will move those voters within the VR system. Otherwise, if they've moved somewhere else, then the state will take care of either moving them to inactive or moving them, sending out the confirmation letter so that the voter can then reply to that, and then they have a deadline in which to return that.
All right, let me condense that down for you. So you send them a list of inactive, what we think are inactive or deceased or whatever voters. They have to clear the rolls. We cannot do that.
They have to what?
They have to remove them from the rolls. We do not do that.
No, we do not. For example, if a voter has moved, they send a letter in, and we send that back. They don't, or the voter doesn't reply. That voter will move from active to inactive status, and then at that point, that happens automatically once once the deadline passes and that confirmation letter isn't answered. That would be an example.
So they're gone when we send the list to the state? Or the
Yes,
state
but they
activates
can
the
move
removal?
from active status to inactive, and then they'll stay in inactive status for a while, and then they eventually, if they don't answer other correspondence when they're in inactive status, they will then be canceled.
And if they're deceased?
If they are deceased, we remove those as soon as we're either notified by vital records, or we also check obituaries in the newspaper.
So we do that internally. We don't need the state to confirm that?
On the obituaries, no, but on vital records, we do get that information. That information is sent to us by vital records, and then we process those. Yes.
Okay, and so when a voter leaves Georgia, moves to another state, or leaves Fulton County, moves to another state, and we know that for a fact, do they come off the rolls at that point?
What happens is, if we are made aware by the voter to remove them, then we can process that. Although when voters move, there are certain states. The Senate Bill 202 is going to require the state to participate in, I think, in another database, but they're involved right now in something called ERIC, and there are certain states that are like subscribed to that. And so if they move between those states, the state will get a notice about that voter, and then we'll process it.
So do we verify like their homestead exemption list if they move from Fulton County?
That is not part of the process. Usually, if they move from Fulton County and they register in another county, there are automatic transfers that happen within the voter registration system. So they would move out of Fulton. Like if somebody moved from Fulton County to Muskogee County, and then once they register down there, their registration transfers there. If we're notified by another state, then
or if they get a
removed.
driver's license, is it automatic that way as well?
Right.
Okay. There's just a lot of questions about that. So my request is to be clear, concise, and prepared to just explain to the mayors how this all works.
Okay.
Because they have a lot of questions because their elections are upcoming.
Okay.
All right, so I saw your totals up there about how much elections are going to cost. What is your actual budget this year?
Right now, well, we have to bring before the commissioners the the request to fund the November election. Right now, it was 6.6, I believe it was 6.6 million for the elections budget, and that was for the January election. Now that there's going to be a T-SPLOST and the county's going to be involved, the municipalities aren't paying for the whole cost of the election. So we have to, the excess, because of the 2019 resolution, the county has to cover that. So we're going to have to bring through soundings a request to fund our part of the election.
I'm asking you what your total that we approved in January,
That was
your
six,
elections
it was
budget.
6.6 million.
So we didn't include anything in the budget request you made to conduct the elections in November?
Not for the municipalities, because that was supposed to be just the municipal general election without the county. Once the county became part of that with the T-SPLOST, then
That's not my question,
impacted.
Rick. I mean, every year you get a budget approved.
Right,
Right.
and
And you know we got elections coming up, whatever type they are, every year. So in January, don't you estimate what you expect?
We don't if it's a municipal year, we don't put in our budget for the municipal elections. And so, because it's not generally
I would
part of.
suggest that we need to do that in the future, Sharon. Make sure that we cover what we really anticipate for his cost of running his operations for the entire year. It just doesn't make much sense. What if we didn't have the money? What if you came to us in July and you needed $10 million and we didn't have $10 million?
Yeah, usually, I mean, because of the T-SPLOST, that forced the county into a position where they pay for the election.
You know that the schools also are probably going to have an E-SPLOST at the same time.
We're notified of that.
Have you been notified?
Yeah, well, we received an email about that. I believe it was either yesterday or the day before, yes.
Okay. So the school system also has to pay for that election, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And it'll be at $2.96 per registered voter.
Correct. So actually, the T-SPLOST question, since the county virtually gets nothing from that T-SPLOST, I would suggest to everybody that that's a city question. It's not a county question.
The
Even though,
T-SPLOST.
yeah, the money goes to all the cities, and they recognize that. So, but I do think it's fair that the school system has to do their part. All right, so, and then on your here and now and what you're looking to do, I don't see anything on here about a center, developing a center for our counting and our operations.
Election Central?
Yes.
That, right now, we are working with DREAM and the county executive management team, and they're looking for either a site, build-to-suit, or a place to lease. And that, it's in the siting process, as I know right now.
Is that budgeted anywhere?
No.
Okay, we know this is a problem. I don't know why we haven't budgeted for it. So I certainly hope that we can come up with whatever is required, because what happened in November with things in 4 or 5 different places and no way to legitimately follow the process is just unacceptable.
We've provided DREAM with all the needs that we have, and the architect has done preliminary plans, and then we went back and answered more questions for them, gave them everything that we needed, and that's what's taking place right now.
Well, I would certainly think that rises to being a bullet point on your PowerPoint of a need that we have, because we all know we have to do that.
Right, I agree.
All right, I'm sure I have more questions, but that's all I have for now.
Through Commissioner Hausman. Thanks, Mr. Chair. So just to recap on you do not have a budgetary ask figure for us. Is that what you're saying?
Today?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So it's May, the election's in November, and you don't have a budgetary ask figure. Okay. Just want to clarify that. A little bit of a problem. I want to look, the slides you had with sort of the date, the sites on it, I've just got sort of couple of questions on that. I think this is 265 on the docket packet. I don't know if you want to pull it back up or not. Rotate to that.
We get back to the slides with,
It says election cost comparison, and it's got it on that side, I think. One more, go back. Right here. Okay, so in the last election cycle, how many votes did we have on election day?
in November, it was
Yeah.
just under 60,000.
So my question is, so election day, in a lot of respects, given the number of additional sites we had, was somewhat beyond in a lot of places, pretty quiet.
Yes.
Why the plan to increase the number of sites on election day in 2021? For the municipal elections, what's the thinking on that?
We have 16 additional precincts that have over 5,000 registered voters, and some that have increased to more than 5,000 since that time.
Okay.
And that's a pretty large precinct to service.
Okay, so you're looking at it based on the precinct size numbers?
Yes.
Okay. All right. On the early voting sites, we had 34 in the last cycle. In the municipal cycle, you're looking to decrease that to 24. Is that correct?
Yes. In general, the turnout for the municipal elections is significantly lower than
Okay.
what we would see for a November general. In some cities, it's down between like 8 to 12%.
You know from your data on early voting, you could look to see when you had your peaks of early voting, right? Whether it's municipal or in any sort of election cycle, right?
Yes.
Does it show that you have higher amounts during the first few days of early voting?
Usually we
In the
have-
last few days?
Usually the first 2 or 3 days and the last few days are the busiest.
Has there ever been any thought to increasing the number of sites in the first few days?
Oh,
And
then decreasing them?
Yeah, and then bringing it back up?
I think that would raise there would be a number of issues that
We're increasing the number of machines at a site, for example?
Some of the sites we've maxed out the interiors, and I think once the library's open, we're gonna have a more difficult time placing all of that equipment the same way we did last year with them closed.
Okay, well, one thing I would, you all run elections, but I just encourage some thought around, is looking at your data, you got a lot of it, and particularly at those sites where you saw really high numbers, thinking about how much equipment we have there and so forth. I mean, we did a lot of great things in the county last year, but, probably one of the things we unfortunately became known for in a lot of respects was long lines. And much as we can minimize that in the early voting cycle, I think we've addressed it on election day with a number of additional sites. But in the first few days of early voting in particular, and just something, if there's a better way to manage it, I would encourage that to give some thought to that. Continuing on early voting sites, runoffs are going to have a shorter cycle. So did y'all have any discussion, and we also know in runoffs that people tended to like to go out and early vote because they know what they're going to vote for, right? They've not been deliberating over the 8 people they're going to choose from. They're going to pick 1 or 2 they're going to go in and get it done with. Has there been any, but we're going to have a compressed number of dates because of the runoff period being shorter.
Correct.
We're not giving any thought to increasing the number of early voting sites during the runoff period. If that wasn't discussed, I would just maybe encourage y'all to give some thought and consideration to that, because I do think that's going to be a reality that you're going to have probably the same number of people that want to go early vote, and they can be doing it in a compressed period of time, so therefore they're going to be really long lines. So
Right.
we should probably have more sites.
Yeah, and well, and also, I think with the absentee period crunched there too, there's going to be fewer people voting absentee for the runoff.
Right, so I would encourage us, not only municipal, but also in the, municipal may not be, maybe a little bit different because you're going to have probably pocketed maybe in certain places without a runoff, but I do think we ought to be thinking about, some optionality about how you increase the number of early voting sites during a runoff period. The absentee, this is a question really around your staff. If any of the staff that reports to you directly within the past 6 months, have any of them departed from the county?
Yes.
What? One? What role or function was that?
Registration manager.
A manager, or that reported directly to you?
Reported
I'm talking about
to the
your direct
registration
reports.
chief. Yeah.
Your direct reports?
Yeah, the registration manager reports directly to the registration chief, who reports to me, yes.
Okay, but, so one below that. Your
Yes.
direct reports, nobody's changed?
No, no.
Okay. The number of people we had voted absentee, you said it was up 500%.
Yes.
Right now, that function still is managed through the same chain of command that manages registration?
Yes, but we're going to be bringing a different organizational hierarchy with some proposals to the BOC soon. We have submitted.
BRE?
We have to do that to the BOC because there's going to be some position changes and position additions that will be proposed.
Okay, so
Absentee ballot manager, absentee ballot supervisor, and we'll put that division will then go under the deputy director. We're going to propose some other positions that include a financial services manager in addition to an IT manager, and another person that is in charge of voter education.
So when is that supposedly being brought forward?
We have submitted all of the new positions and PDQs to Human Resources, and then we're waiting for that process to determine salaries and those things, and then get that back to us, and then we'll bring them hopefully to the BOC shortly.
Okay. I don't know if our director of HR is in here or not, but maybe as this proxy, Ms. Whitmore can answer my question. What's the average amount of time it takes us to hire somebody before we post a position? 3 months?
I think we're around, or our goal is around 60 days now.
60 days.
And the last time the BOC approved positions for us, once they were posted, we ended up making all 13 hires within 4 weeks of those postings.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you understand my question. It's May. You don't have a
Yes.
plan. You don't have the positions approved. You don't have anybody hired. We have an election in November into a function which was a little bit chaotic, during parts of the last election cycles.
The deputy director will be hired. The second interviews are this week, so we will be able to move.
But you haven't, okay. But
We'll be able to move the absentee staff underneath the deputy director.
But as of today, you've not hired any additional staff specifically to manage the absentee process differently?
That will happen next week. But
Okay. As of today,
the
no.
staff that works absentee will then report to that individual.
So will the absentee ballot function be entirely separate from a reporting standpoint than the registrations portion?
Yes.
It will be entirely separate. From a chain of command standpoint, there will be no cross-reporting.
Maybe in the years, the odd-numbered years, there's probably going to be a few months in there where they will take over registration. They will do some registration or warehouse duties, and they could work under them at that point, but not during the absentee periods.
So there'll be an absentee chief that will report to you, and there'll be a registrations person in charge of registrations reporting to you.
Yes.
That's your structure, should you get
The
these folks
proposed,
hired going forward?
proposed structure, yes.
What's
No,
that?
there's an elections chief too, yeah. There will be an absentee ballot manager that will report to the deputy director. There will be an elections chief and a registration chief.
Okay. Are you developing sort of, or not sort of, are you developing specific procedures for post-election that are going to be written related to counting, both what would happen, manual recount, this other form of recount, that they're all there, so they're clear as to what's to take place in all the different scenarios?
Yes, because we've got new deadlines because of SB 202 also that are going to be in place on election night. So we have to change everything we do and the poll worker training that is going to be involved to make sure that we meet those deadlines on election night.
Okay. Will there be custody and control procedures?
Yes. Yeah, and we're also purchasing a inventory tracking system that will be able to help manage that whole process.
Okay. Will those be published or reported to anybody?
Those yeah,
procedures?
and as we're finishing SOPs right now, we're sending them to the county auditor, and we are also we're developing all of those. The Board of Registration and Elections will have access to them as well.
Okay. You had some remarks in there around the voter rolls, and I think it's useful detail. I guess my concern, just like I would have if, we're, talking to, folks who are in charge of our financial controls, like spell out great controls, but were they actually being, followed and completed? And, one of the things that I was most recently looking at, I was comparing these numbers would have been at not for the runoff, but for the 2020 election. Our registered voters relative to our population as reported by ARC, I'm using sort of a, common figure for this, relative to other counties that ARC has sort of outlined. And I'm pulling registered voter stuff right off what the counties have reported, on the Secretary of State site. And, what that shows is that Fulton County's percentage of registered voters is 76.8%, okay? Other data I've seen shows that folks under the age of 18 in Fulton County is 21.4%, which would imply that essentially that we have 100% of the people in the county registered to vote, okay? Comparatively, that makes us 7% higher than DeKalb County, 24.5% higher than Gwinnett County, 10.6% higher than Cobb County, 10.2% higher than Douglas County, 10.3% higher than Henry County, 15% higher than Clayton County, and 13.6% higher than Rockdale County. Now, I don't know, I guess sort of begs the question of, are we coming back and having any sort of outside group essentially audit our work?
We get all of our applications either through Department of Driver Services or they're
That's
submitted.
not my question. Who's checking your work? I mean,
All of the work is submitted to the Secretary of State and they do the verification. So the state verifies
Every
all of
piece
our
of it.
data entry.
Or what about the cleanup?
What cleanup?
The maintenance.
Well, all of that maintenance is done on either a daily basis or it's done on a weekly basis or it's done.
But there are components of that daily basis that are our responsibility, correct?
Yeah, but if we make entries into the system, they go through overnight verification with the state, and any application that we enter is either bounced off against Social Security or it's bounced off citizenship.
The application you make.
Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about people coming off and changing. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, that process, I realize stuff feeds in that may be outside of our control, right? That we're taking that's coming in from all these sources.
Mm-hmm.
The work to remove, how dependent on that, I'm presuming portions of this are dependent upon our staff actually doing something.
Well, like say transfers in and out, those are, can you go back to like advance like 2 slides forward, please? I think it's 2. One more, please. Another one. Thank you. One, yeah. So we get in, these are the things that we have to process every so often. Are either the national change of address, that is done periodically, usually in odd-numbered years. Anybody that's moved. But right now, just to put our voter registration rolls in perspective, our active voter count, which means we verified where all of these voters are compared to our inactive count, is at the highest. The ratio is of active to inactive is the best we've ever had in the county, which means that we have, I would say our voter rolls are more accurate than they've ever been in terms of knowing where every voter is, and our inactive count is the lowest that it has ever been. A lot of that have to do with Department of Driver Services driving those applications. Anytime somebody went into Department of Driver Services, it generated an application and an update in the system.
Right, but that's, you're looking at that from a historic Fulton County perspective.
Yes.
Okay, not relative to everybody else.
Well,
I mean, really, here's my upshot of this, and I know we're running late in the day, but is if you look at a lot of the numbers, and then alternatively, it's going to show also that our turnouts, generally is less than some of those counties that I had noted as well. So I'm not suggesting that there are, quote unquote, sort of, people that voting that shouldn't be voting, but it just looks like our voter rolls are probably not potentially as quality as the other counties in the metro area. I mean, that's just from just a quick look at the numbers, people could arrive at that conclusion that if you've got 100% of the county effectively registered to vote, then it does sort of beg questions, right? So really my ultimate question is, or maybe just suggestion to, maybe just to the BRE members, is have we ever brought in somebody outside, whoever that would be, to effectively audit our voter rolls?
The state is the owner of that VR system, though. So we can't bring somebody in and give them access to ElectionNet. It isn't our system.
Or audit our process for ensuring that all of these things are taking place.
We have
in the way that they're supposed to.
We have a report that we give to the BRE every month that gives all the numbers of
I don't want to report, but I'm talking about the process behind it. I mean, we get reports, but we also have an auditor that will go back in and look at the actual process that's taking place and ensure that what people said they were doing is actually being done. If we consider that, we had somebody actually audit that process.
I mean, I don't believe that I have any authority to bring somebody in to go through our voter rolls.
Your process for ensuring that all of those activities take place in the fashion that they're supposed to take place.
We are going to bring in propose to bring in a consultant this year to look at all of the processes in the department.
When's that going to take place?
That is the purchasing. We've been working with purchasing to get that RFP out, and maybe we'll hit the street this week.
Okay. So probably not much is going to come of that that's going to be a benefit for the November election, given that we're
That's not
talking about an RFP.
I would say that is not necessarily true, because they're going to be given certain duties in different phases to have that happen.
All right, thanks.
Commissioner Morris?
Well, I will be as quick as I can, because much of what I was going to talk about, I'm going to guarantee it. Commissioner Hausman and particularly Mr. Ellis addressed a lot of what I wanted to address, but some maybe years ago, I became concerned about the number of registered voters compared to the number of people in Fulton County, as if at least 100% of all adults were registered to vote in Fulton County. And I've seen, I think, 3 different presentations by 3 different people or organizations recently suggesting that there may be between 150,000 and 250,000 more registered voters in Fulton County than adults who live here, or 150,000 to 250,000 registered voters who do not live here. And I haven't verified this, but somebody presented a couple weeks ago a statement that the late, great Eva Galambos is still a registered voter in Fulton County. And if you think someone, if that's true, if you think someone as prominent as that, who just died some years ago, is still on the rolls, how many non-prominent people who passed away are still on the voter rolls? And someone else took at the 21.4% from a recent census. That percentage of folks in Fulton County who are under 18 was also presented in one time, and that suggested that there may be 840,000, 850,000 adults, and there are 858,000 registered voters, which means more than 100% of the adults in Fulton County are registered to vote.
But about 38,000
Or
are
inactive.
on the inactive
38,000
list.
are inactive, correct.
Yeah.
And then we saw that the woman who sold Gabe Sterling's house to him and moved to Maryland voted in a couple of elections.
She actually didn't move. She produced rental agreements for here. She was taking care of a relative out of state.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
You know, those are the kinds of anecdotal things that cast concern and doubt among the voters on both sides. I know that I have family members who are still registered here who moved out of state years ago and have been contacted by organizations wanting them to send absentee ballots in.
Have they been are they registered here?
Yes.
Have the groups,
They're still registered here.
Can you send me the names?
I'd be happy to.
Because there are some people that get contacted by third-party groups, and they have old lists of people that aren't on our rolls. We got contacted by a number of places last year that said these people are registered to vote. When we looked them up, they weren't.
I understand all that. And one presenter presented the number of children in the public county school and Fulton County School and the Atlanta Public School, and then an estimate of how many students in the private schools in Fulton County are actually Fulton County residents, and that produced a number of 18-year-olds and older in Fulton County that was much less than and you know, the idea that 100% of the adults registered to vote is just, even with driver education registration, anybody who's run for office and takes that voter list with them as they knock on doors and see that 40-unit apartment building and there are 3 registered voters in it, know that, you know, it just isn't close. And so, anyway, it's a concern. I share Mr. Ellis's concern that we clean this up for the sake of folks' confidence in the voter rolls. And to the extent you all can do that and do a better job of that, that would be a tremendous boost to voter confidence. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I told you I'd be brief.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Commissioner Hausman, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, and then Vice Chair Hall.
Yes, just to follow up on the voter rolls first. My colleagues were a lot more thorough than I was, but the point is the same. So my question is, Is any of our system verify when you get a new registration that in a single-family home, that the old folks that were there are removed?
When we get we don't have that capability. When a registration application comes in, we enter that application, and then it is processed or it is verified overnight by the state's system.
So there's no check and balance to make sure that you don't have 3 families living in a single-family home?
The way, if we ever get alerted to that, that's usually, we usually will get a voter, somebody will send a voter registration card or something, say this person doesn't live here, you know, at this address. But if we have, I mean, we don't have even the staff to go through and look at every single household and see how many people live in them.
It ought to be, we ought to be able to flag if a residence is an apartment or a single family, and we ought to be able to,
I mean, one thing we've
there ought to
done,
be some internal way to do that. It's not rocket science.
one thing that we've done recently is we went out and sent letters to all of the people that are registered in those those mailboxes that aren't post office boxes, and we sent letters to them telling them that they have to have a registration that is a residence
Which is very expensive
address.
to do all those mailings. It just seems like we could retool some of the processes with technology rather than mailing and really not knowing if we get good results. And I think you know what I'm talking about. Can you go back to the cost comparison, please? Okay, so let's just take the first one up there, 2008 election cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your department budget for 2008?
That is the election budget for 2008. That's everything that was spent that year on those elections.
Well, wouldn't that be your department budget?
Yeah.
Okay, so, because I'm just sitting here kind of floored that we didn't include the cost for November. I've never seen that happen before.
Well,
We've always approved a budget for the entire year that would encompass whatever your costs were expected to be, including conducting an election, which is the purpose of your department.
Except in the, if you look at the odd numbered years, which we didn't include up there, they're usually a fifth or a quarter of what the even numbered year.
I know that, but we still know we have to do November elections every
But we usually
odd
don't
year.
pay for those elections.
It doesn't matter, we still budget for the department, don't we?
We have an operations budget, and then there's an elections budget. And if we don't have an elections budget an election for which we are going to pay, we don't budget for that. And generally, we don't pay for the municipal elections.
That just makes no sense to me. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Hausman?
Yes.
For those off years when it's a municipal election, we use the elections fund rather than the general fund to cover the cost of those elections. So they enter into the agreements with each city. The cities agree to cover the cost. We establish the budget for those municipal elections in the elections budget. It's a separate special revenue fund outside of the general fund. For 2020, we provided the Registration and Elections Department a general fund budget that was sufficient to cover the cost of their routine operations, plus the additional costs for the January runoff and some trailing costs for things that were actually incurred in 2020, but we didn't have all of the receipts and everything and invoices in at the end of the year. So that's what the Registration and Elections budget was based on for 2021. Because it was an odd number year, a municipal election, the budget for those municipal elections would have been set up in the special revenue funds.
Is it not all totaled out in the end of his cost for operations for that year? Both of those, the departmental and the elections cost totaled out to the total budget? No?
Not what's presented to the Board of Commissioners when you adopt the budget.
I've just never heard that. I've been here a long time, never heard that before.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Barron, thank you for joining us today. In the January runoff for 2021 and in the November election of 2020, was there any fraud that you were made aware of?
No.
No, there wasn't any fraud. Was there any instances of irregularities or errors that you were aware of?
No.
Okay. Let me also ask you this. I know that SB 202 mandated certain changes that you must comply with. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that mandated change that SB 202 has made, did it come with any funding from the state?
No.
Okay, let me ask you this. With those mandated changes that the state has mandated for you to have that you don't have any funding for, are you able to go and get any grants or get any outside funding for those changes that's going to take place?
No.
Okay. My almost last question, sir, is will the changes that the SB 202 has mandated you that you comply with, will that increase your budget?
Yes, there are some things that will increase our budget.
Okay. Ultimately, the increase of your budget will fall upon who? Would that fall upon the Gwinnett County taxpayer, Fulton County taxpayer? Who will that fall upon, sir, to your knowledge?
The Fulton County taxpayers.
Okay. Sir, thank you for those answers, and you have a good day.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hall.
Good job, Rick. You were under fire, and it's very obvious why. You did an excellent job, and thank you to Madam CFO Sharon Whitmore for bringing some clarity to the cost and budget questions. But I also want to say that some of these questions that were asked of you, like hiring your people and the procurement process and things like that, I want to just make sure that everybody understands that the departments are at the mercy of the HR hiring processes and the procurement and contract compliance processes. They don't have the say-so on how fast these things move. They have to follow the legal and binded process. So if it takes more than 60 days prior to the posting in order to get that item posted, that job posted, then that's what they have to endure. You know, it is good to hear that now it's only 60 days to hire through the HR department from the time of the job posting, because it used to be 6 months. So there's been a great improvement on that, but you do have to take into account that when the department head needs a position, there's a whole entire process they have to go through before they even get the job posted. And the RFP process is still a very long process. So that being said, do you have any idea when you'll be able to, if all of your jobs that you need have gone through that initial process so that they can be posted?
We will, some of the positions, the PDQs are already done, and those positions
Can
are...
you just let everyone know what a PDQ is so they can understand the...
That gives all the information to Human Resources about what the job entails. It's detailed information. We submit those to Human Resources. Most of those are, all of those have been completed and submitted, and some of the positions already existed, so those are quicker. Once that whole process is done, then we will bring those to the commissioners along with the new organizational chart and propose that for funding.
Thank you for that. Having been an IT manager here in the Fulton County Department of Information Technology, I had to go through all of those processes, so I understand what they are, but I do understand that we have commissioners who've never been a department head here in Fulton County. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that you don't have the ability to move through the hiring process at your own will. You are at the mercy of whatever that process is that's in place. And as far as the RFP process for your procurement needs, do you know where that is in line with the process?
Yes, we've been meeting weekly with the purchasing director, and that final RFP language is going to be completed this week. And then we'll be able to submit that, to put that bid out.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, do you have a written copy of this report?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to have a copy. And
Okay.
Commissioner, no, I'm sorry. Any other questions for Director Barron? If not, Madam Clerk.
Okay, bottom of page 7 on the Commissioner's presentation and discussion items. 21-0283, discussion, election 2021 cycle, sponsored by Commissioner Hausman.
We covered that already.
21-03.
Thank you, Commissioners.
21-0342, discussion, update of activities of the City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority grounds, facility.
Motion to hold. Commissioner Arrington is not here, and motion to hold the next one too. He asked me to do that for him.
Okay. Anything else?
No further items.
All right, no further items to come before us today. Without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk and staff, so.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.